Right, that's a wonderful morning. And this interesting game to watch out for with these two majestic sides of two different games. Two different groups are starting off each other in the middle. The table toppers of first group, England, have played 5 matches and won all their games. Whereas for Sri Lanka, there has been so much of dramas to speak about for them. Right from the way how they defeated India in their first game to the way the close game went on to be a tie against West Indies and then came back stronger by beating Wales cricket and the rest of the world. So too many dramas to speak about. They were in the second position in the points table, just behind Australia. So the battle of these table toppers, especially the unbeaten England, is making a lot more interest to speak about. With Mike Palmer with the ball, one of the key prospects of England. That's well left. And the man we are watching on screen, Johan Piers, along with Dylan Vijay Singh, who are the openers. Mike Palmer has been wonderful performer, has been consistent with the ball, especially with the way how he picked 3 wickets against South Africa. It adds a lot of value. And in terms of these five pitch conditions, they played all their 5 games in different venues. That added upon a lot of experience, and winning all those games could bring a lot of confidence for the Englishman. Right from the beginning, one thing that doesn't work on the favor of England was the toss factor. The game against New Zealand was the only game they have won the toss and decided things according to the way how they are planning for. And the rest of the games, the toss factor has been won by the opposition sides, but they made huge impact in the game. A cheeky single, good runs on the bat as both the openers were setting themselves well. And this man on screen you're watching, Johan Pearce, is such a wonderful batter to watch out for. He's been consistent for Sri Lanka, one among the top performers of Sri Lanka. He scored a century against rest of the world and was the player of the match that game. That's a match-winning performance in the crucial game, and that brought them at the second position in the points table by winning 3 games, and one went on to be a tie game. The top quality performance in the middle. And speaking about playing in 5 different venues in the same city, it may be having certain things in a similar way, but at the same time, different conditions will be having different style of approach. Maybe certain grounds will be in open space, and grounds will be covered by structures. The wind factors might change. And of course, in Vaheguru particularly, we've seen green top wicket in most of the areas. So, having played in all these regions, there must be a proper understanding of certain things. And this team never lost more than 7 wickets in this entire tournament in a single innings, and didn't concede more than 200 while bowling first. So, having proper standards and solid performers. Wonderful stroke making, gentle push through the covers. It's good ground coverage from Marcus Young. And this man on screen, you will see him in action. He's such a wicket taking bowler. Go to option for England so far in this tournament. One among the top wicket getters of the tournament. And that brings the over number 1 to 9. 5 for Nola Sri Lanka. Five for Nola's pretty decent start from the first over. And in this particular venue, this is new game, a new venue for both the sides. They have never played even a single game in this venue in this tournament. So that might be a fresh value added thing, and both of the sides will be spending some time in the middle to assess the conditions here. But as of now, according to the statistics, what we've seen in this tournament, New Zealand winning 3 games here by batting second in 2 of them and batting first in 1 of them. So this is such a wonderful venue which supports batters in both the innings. Even in second innings, we've seen batters scoring centuries. But at the same time, the one who roughly tries hard to grab the wickets are purchasing something in the middle, especially spinners. If you keep on going with finger spinners regularly for 7 overs or 8 overs, eventually they'll end up picking up the breakthroughs that they're looking for. So we could say this is a bit of batting surface, but at the same time, adding value to fast bowlers and spinners if they work really hard in the middle. Behind the stumps, Steve Aston, one of the interesting wicket keeper, he's been contributing gradually for his side, and now standing behind the stumps and keep on talking something which adds a bit of pressure. Good use of the wrist, and good thing is the shout from the batter, no, with a loud call. And these are little nuances to learn the game from the batters. Why you should be very loud with your calls to have a proper balance with your partner. Jason Khan, the new bowler, started off with two back-to-back dot balls. Another wonderful use of feet. The big advantage for Sri Lankans here is they could feel it like they were in back home. The similar kind of weather, similar kind of bounce. So it's a trustable bounce for them. The way how they're using their feet, the way how they're playing the sweep shots in the previous game, that would have given the clarity that they are understanding the conditions really well. Adding to what Mahila Jayawardene, the coach of Sri Lanka, have added while the World Cup have completed. The condition back in home is quite spinners friendly, and in India, most of the conditions were batting friendly. So adapting to these conditions because they've known for playing defensive cricket. For instance, in an ODI game, 250 will be a challenging total at Sri Lanka. Whereas back then in India, in the World Cup, we've seen teams scoring 350s, and that's been chased down by the other teams. So to adapt to such a kind of batting conditions, you have to be as quick as possible. The run flows must be better. But with the way how they defeated India in their first game, that's it. A different story of understanding of the wicket from their side. They have scored 235 in the game. And this is one of those sides that have proper balance of batters and bowlers. They didn't want a game with single aspect. Batters will contribute a bit, bowlers will contribute a bit. All put together, this is a wonderful combination of teamwork from Sri Lanka so far in the tournament. Dot ball to end this over, just one run off the over, 6 for no loss Sri Lanka. The man on screen we're watching, he's been impressive so far in the tournament. Marty Douglas played 3 and scored centuries in all the 3 games, with 2 of them were unbeaten centuries. All eyes on this man, what he will do today. This is a fresh new condition, supports the batter. Yes, is the call. Both Johan Perez and Tilan Vijayasinghe were bringing up the partnership comfortably, and most of this were played in the front foot and with straight batted strokes. That adds a lot of value just because of the bounce factor. We've seen players struggling hard to play the cut shots and pull shots, especially with the way how New Zealand batters Craig Gibb of New Zealand have scored 2 back-to-back centuries in this venue. The way how he adapted to the bounce of these conditions, he went into the back foot, got a lot of freedom to create his own width, but at the same time he adapted to the bounce here. He never tried doing things out of control. Mike Palmer continues to bowl, hits his back. So far it's been a complete control bowling performance. Even in one of those practice games against India, the way how Mike Palmer performed have set the tone for England's victory. That happened at Ramchandra College Cricket Ground. That's a different style of story. So these bowlers, especially with Mike Palmer, is adding a lot of value in terms of bringing up the breakthrough at the right time. And that's one of those reasons, the most important aspect, that fast bowlers with the new ball, despite of whatever the condition, despite of whatever the bounce factor, whether it supports or not, the hardness in the wicket, give something for the fast bowlers to purchase. And almost most of the captains did that to perfection. And this is wonderful style of batting to watch out for. This brand of cricket is something that Sri Lankans, most parts of Indians and Pakistan cricketers loves to do. Having their bats close to the body and playing as late as possible, having complete control. You can't see much high of a backlift here. Good call from the batters, having good understand between each other. And with the way how they're getting closer to the body, playing it as late as possible, making it into their zone. That just add a lot of value because they could control the ball really well. They know where it's gonna bounce. They know where they are actually placing it. Keeping an eye on one thing, that England have never conceded more than 200 runs while bowling first. That's a kind of standard that they have maintained so far in this tournament. That picks the gap, and the placement gets a first boundary number 1 for Sri Lanka. And that comes out of this man's bat. He will be a man to watch out for. Look at the stroke making. That's typical Sri Lankan stroke making. Johan Perez. Century he scored. Still carrying on with the momentum that he had in the previous game. For these sides, they had different journey altogether. For England and Sri Lanka, they were from two different groups. They know the journey as an outlook. They know the results, that England were unbeaten. But apart from that, the treatment of these two sides, they would have not had much of exposure to that. This time finds in the air and proper placement coming on to blue. Another wonderful stroke making, gets a boundary. Taking charge against one of the strong bowlers of England, and he's so successful in the tournament so far. Look at the stroke making. Offered a bit of width, and that has been taken complete control by the batter. Johan Perez is in good touch to watch out for. Dot ball to end is over. 3 overs, 17 for no loss. Well, speaking about with the way how he played those two shots, especially with the previous one, he believed the bounce. He just confidently went into the front foot just because of one reason. When you're having your keeper behind the wicket, Steve Austin is standing behind the stumps, not far away from the stumps. So it's a clarity that the batter will get. The bowler will never try to bowl those bouncers or back of length deliveries. He will never take that risk. So you have this advantage of playing most of these deliveries in the front foot that we've seen evidently. They tried to play with the V form of batting, played it most of the strokes in the front foot and the straight bat. So having that control, he took that risk of going it through the covers in there. Jason Kant continues to bowl. Now this brings up different new confidence to Thilan Vijayasinghe to take his own time, as Johan Perez is playing different brand of cricket altogether. A strong shout, put it down with Steve Aston. It's dropped as it hits the bat first. We heard two different sounds, with one being hitting the bat and the other the ball harshly hitting at the gloves of the wicketkeeper. Not an easy one, but yes, this would have been a good opportunity for England. Coming back with the good works, and there has been different field positionings here, as they're having a deep sky leg fielder and man at long on. Continues to bowl Jason Kant into the back foot with wonderful straight bat. Sweeper cover, in fact, Marcus Young at sweeper cover will be just getting a single. This is quite decent batting performance so far in this tournament. As of what happened in this particular venue, the Thakur College Ground, Chennai, it had supported the batters really well. The openers enjoyed their own brand of cricket, especially with the previous game when Chris Kennedy and Craig Gibb of New Zealand built a big partnership together. So openers were scoring 100 plus together, 80s and 90s without losing a single wicket. This is such a solid track The hardness and freshness in the conditions, it's been watered really well. The ground staffs and pitch curators were maintaining the conditions really well. This is 7th day of game here, and it still has that same freshness and same bounce, of course. It is a lot of homeworks to be done throughout the process of this tournament. Discussions in the middle as things were getting adjusted. Continuing with what we're speaking about is bringing on that mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. They are having a sweeper cover at the deep. As John Perez is such a set batter, so they will take some careful measures, risk-free decisions. Another wonderful stroke making, proper placement coming into play. This time it's a cross-batted shot, but the result favors the batter. As long as it favors the batter, you can take whatever the risk you want to take. Just take back a look at that. It's been bowled outside the off stump, and that cross-batted shot. It reminds me of Sanath Jayasuriya, but this is again a typical left-hander's delight. We've seen most of the left-handers of Sri Lanka doing that. Like every country has its own brand of cricket. We will discuss about that in the upcoming overs. Another wonderful stroke. Another boundary. He's enjoying the vibe here. He's enjoying the condition. And just take back a look at that. This time, authentic shot. Stroke making was perfect. Bowled outside the off stump. And played through the curves. Not much way outside the off stump. This has been proper placement coming on to play. Two boundaries in this over. 4 boundaries for this man so far. The 2 came off the previous over of Mike Palmer, and the 2 coming off this over. 10 runs of this over. 1 more to go. 27 for no loss. Looking good touch Sri Lanka. Speaking something is counting the field positioning. As a sweeper cover placed. In fact, he had been moved through the covers. So there has been a deep cover fielder to avoid batters scoring boundaries at the cover region. Maybe they must be having a straight fielder, as these batters are targeting most of the regions as straight as possible. That's a dot ball to end this over. 27 for no loss. Four overs, 27 for no loss, and that brings a change of bowling. Phil Jakin replacing Mike Palmer at the temple end. And this is what happens when you put a bit of pressure against the bowlers. The captain will bringing up a different new idea altogether. As you're watching Richard Merriman bring up left arm spinner. Two shots in the middle. The surprising thing is the left-handed batter is dominating the innings, and they are bringing up this change of left-arm spinner within the power play. Of course, not much believing in that context, like left-handers will punish the left-arm spinners or right-handers will punish the off spinner. But just to an extent, captains believe in certain areas that to challenge the left-handed batter. They will come up with an off spinner. Yes, surprising. Many captains have surprised us throughout this tournament, especially in this particular venue. New Zealand have played most of the games, and New Zealand had a different style of approach. Graham Inglis will come up with different plan for every 5 overs. You can't predict the side like that. Richard Merriman might surprise us as they are playing their first game here. In fact, both the sides. Starts up with a couple of dot balls. Well, coming back to this man, Thilan Vijayasinghe is struggling a bit. Struggling hard to rotate the strike and give it back to the man on form. This time into the back foot. Proper placement. Will be fetching a couple of runs on the board. Still play the control stroke making, as of what we're speaking about, a typical Sri Lankan batting style. I'm a big fan of Sri Lankan batting style. They will keep things simple. Never does most of the things out of the box. Just taking on to the basics and trusting the conditions. This is wonderful stroke making. Started meeting the ball well now. 30 runs together. Good start to the power play. They will try to end the power play with 50 odd by losing one, a no loss. Like most of the teams have targeted such a kind of stroke makings. Keeping an eye on England's batting standard, they will look to score more in the upcoming overs. As the strike changes, last ball of this over. Phil Dickon coming up with different field positioning as a new batter in this over. John Pearce facing the first ball. And after this over, there will be a change in the commentary box. Rashid Mahmood of England will be on the mic. This is wonderful stroke making. What a beautiful shot it is. Offered a bit of width, invited him to play that shot, but that is outstanding stroke making. Just take back a look at this. Bit of invited delivery, not much poor delivery. The line slightly into the paths of the batter, and that is a wonderful stroke making. Boundary to end this over. That brings up the end of 5th over, 34 for no loss.
Thank you, Barra. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Rash Promote here. This semi-final between the winners of Group A, England, and undefeated in the group stages, and the runner-ups in Group B, Sri Lanka. Both teams vying for a place in the final on Friday. The other semi-final taking place today, Australia and New Zealand. Welcome wherever you're streaming in from. Delighted to have you with us. It's been a blistering start from Sri Lanka, full of attacking shots. Yohan Perez in particular. Ball sounds absolutely wonderful off his bat. He's 24 off just 12 deliveries. His opening partner, Thilan Vijayasinghe, he's 5 off 18. Here's Jason Korn, he's in. Singh, the outside edge, squirts down to third man. Monty Douglas does the fielding. Sri Lanka move on to 35 for no wicket. And it's going to be interesting, those of you who have been following England's progress. First time in this tournament that they're being put under pressure. First time that they haven't taken any sort of wicket in the first 5 overs. Sri Lanka, very, very good side, very talented side. Attacking, free-flowing strokes from the batsmen. They only know one way to play. And at the moment, it's going all their way. Here's Contin again. Bowls. It's a lovely shot. Better delivery from Colt there. Yeah, Johan Perez, as my colleague said, Barath, he's in tremendous form, strikes the ball beautifully. Here's Courtney again then. From the college end, he bowls. That's an expansive shot again. Straight down the ground. Fielded there at long off. Another single to Sri Lanka. Change has been made to the field. Marcus Young going to the deep extra bout. Right and left hand combination for Sri Lanka, just causing England a few problems. This Colt comes in again. He bowls. Wijasinga plays it forward, and that's the end of the over. Sri Lanka 36 without loss. Thilan Wijasinga on 6 from the 19 deliveries that he has faced, and Johan Perez 25 from the 16 that he's faced. And at current rate, Sri Lanka predicted to get 278, whereas Barath said this is an absolutely beautiful batted track. There's been some very, very high scores here. Talented Sri Lankan batting outfit. I think they'll be looking to surpass that. Go past 300. It's looking good for them at the moment. Phil Deacon then, from the Temple end. His second over, he replaced Mike Palmer. Skipper Richard Merriman, well, he's been excellent during this tournament, particularly with his field placings. And forced into an early change. England on the back foot here. Sri Lanka in the ascendancy. And it's Perez on strike. Here comes Deacon. He bowls. He just rocks back. Chops that into the offside. Marcus Young comes in from the extra cover boundary. Does the fielding. Keeps it to 1. 37 without loss, Sri Lanka. England looking for this breakthrough then. Wijasinga on strike. Here comes Deacon. He's in, bowls full of length delivery. Well dug out. There's a quick run. Good throw. Well backed up. Yeah, good cricket all round. Wijasinga. It's a good delivery from Phil Deacon. Full. Dug it out. Played it out to mid-off. Skipper Richard Merriman did the fielding. Sharp bit of fielding. Shy at the stumps. But good backing up by Marcus Young. Another one to the total. 38 without loss. Here's Deakin then. That's going to be singled wide, I think. Down the leg side, yeah. And anybody who's been following the commentaries I've been involved in, you'll know. The umpires have been very, very consistent. Wides down leg side. Umpire CP Ravikumar. That's a lovely shot. Marcus Young. Well done, Marcus Young. Next round. It does make a beautiful sound of Perez' bat when he hits it. I don't know how heavy his bat is. It looks enormous. Yeah, just to finish off what I was saying, CP Ravi Kumar, the umpire at this end. Umpire Aravinda at square leg. All umpires in this tournament have been absolutely consistent with anything down the leg side. Here's Deakin then, in again. Warasinga's back. Tries to play that a bit squarer, just squirts off the outside edge. Fielder at short third man, and there's no run. Sri Lanka move on to 40. Here's Deakin. He's in. He bowls. It's a lovely cover drive shot. Good bit of fielding in the covers there. Keep it to one. It's like Ed Gordon-Lennox, the England vice-captain. He's a tremendous fielder. Been directly involved in at least 3 run-outs, and he saved countless runs for England operating in that danger zone cover point. Better delivery to end the over. Sri Lanka 41 without loss. And just to echo what Bharat was saying about this style that the Sri Lankan team play with, it really is a joy to watch. It's joyous cricket. They won't be fazed by this pitch at all. It's very much like the pitches back home in Sri Lanka. They certainly won't be fazed by the weather when it's very, very hot here today. It's really going to take its toll on these boys. But the style of cricket, well, they only know one way to play, the Sri Lankans. If it works, it's tremendous. If it doesn't, not so good. And in truth, their tournament has been a pretty good one. Tied match with the West Indies and the chaotic scenes in the final delivery. Losing heavily to Australia. Just break off for Jason Court. Continues from the college end. No is the shout. Nick Newman does the fielding and there's no run. And then they've made their way serenely through the tournament. Finishing second to Australia. England, by contrast, well, it was pretty routine for them. There's gone. And again, it's whipped off his leg. That's a beautiful shot. Jim Phillips doing the chasing. He'll come back for 2. Beautifully timed shot by Tilan Wijasinga. Got into position early, quick hands, just whipped it away through the mid-wicket area. Yeah, England progressed serenely through their group. Their toughest match probably against Canada. Here's Cornt again. He bowls, it's full of delivery, it's played into the cover area. Ed Gordon-Lennox does the fielding, and there's no run. First match against New Zealand that England played. Very, very good victory against a very, very good New Zealand side. Victory against Canada. Nice call. Well, look, that's a shot. That's a great catch. Nick Newman, backward point. Width from Jason Cornt. Wijasinga, well, he couldn't resist it. Had a slash at it. Thickish outside edge. Flew quickly to Nick Newman, who took a very, very good catch above his head. Sri Lanka lose their first wicket. 43 on the board. In the middle of the 7th over. Vital breakthrough for England. Tilan Wijasinga goes. Caught Nick Newman. Bowled Jason Cornt for 10. It was a good catch. It was a good catch above his head. Nick Newman, no mistake. Vital breakthrough for England. Can they build on that? Yes, as I was just saying, prior to that wicket, England's progress through the group pretty serene, really. Victories against New Zealand and Canada in their first 2 matches, and then they absolutely put the hammer down against Zimbabwe, the USA and South Africa, winning those last 3 matches very, very comfortably indeed. And it's been a question that's been asked by a few people here. England haven't really been tested other than the Canadian match. To some extent, that's true. The Sri Lankan players are going to give England a different test. As Darsha Abiwardena comes to the crease. And his first delivery from Jason Corn, just played back down the pitch and there's no run. Their vital breakthrough for England needed something to happen. Here's Cornton again from the college end. He bowls. Abiwardena tucks it round the corner, and that's the end of Jason Corn's over. Sri Lanka 43 for 1 after 8. It's been a good start by them. Vital wicket for England, and Jason Cornt has been tremendous during this tournament. Mr. Dependable opens the bowling along with his colleague Mike Palmer. Steady, wicket to wicket. Hasn't really taken the amount of wickets that he would have liked, but he's a very, very steady bowler. Chuckles by my colleagues showing me, one of the England wives. Jill Watson doing a fabulous job with the photographs. Well done, Jill. Just taking a picture of myself, Barath, and my colleague. So, wicket in the last over. Can England make another breakthrough? It's Phil Deakin from the Temple end. In he comes, and he bowls. It's a flighted delivery. Good bit of fielding again by Nick Newman in the covers. Full toss from Deakin. Perez just punches it down the ground. Monty Douglas does the fielding. Long off. Trots through for a single. Sri Lanka 44 for 1. There is 28. So Abiwardena on strike. Here comes Deakin. He's in, bowls, pushes forward. Good length delivery from Deakin, and there's no run. Buller from Deakin. Good bit of fielding by Ed Gordon-Lennox. Oh, unlucky that. Unlucky. Yeah, it's unlucky by Ed Gordon-Lennox. It was a good bit of fielding. Non-striker slightly out of his ground. Went for the stumps, missed it. Good backing up by Marcus Young. The batsman then decided to run. Made the ground, but good bit of fielding from England. 45 for 1. Perez back on strike. Here's Deacon. Bowls, just prods forward to the offside. Yes is the shout. Wanted a run. Jason Corn in quickly, prevents one from being taken. Remain on 44. Here's Deakin then. Please over, he's in. It's a forceful shot. No run, straight to the skipper. Richard Merriman at mid-off. Good over by Phil Deakin. Nine overs gone. Sri Lanka are 45 for the loss of that 1 wicket. Thilan Wijasinga caught by Nick Newman off the bowling of Jason Corn. Vital breakthrough for England. Jason Corn to continue from the college end. And I'm going to pose a question to my co-commentator, Barath, who's going to take over at the end of this over. My question, Barath, is what's the par score on this pitch? Here's Cornt. In he comes. He bowls. Oh, that's whipped away. Long chase for Jim Phillips. And to the fine leg area. That's a good chase by Phillips. Batsman scores 2. Nice shot by Darsha Abawardena. Whipped it off his legs. Yeah, Barath mentioned in the commentary earlier on he's been here a few times. New Zealand have played here a few times and posted some very big scores. First time England visiting the Tagore Medical College ground. Here's Corn then. In again. Oh, that beats him outside the off stump. And in a flash, the bails were removed by Steve Aston. He has had a tremendous tournament, keeping the batsmen honest. Both himself and Simon Ralph, the England wicket keepers, both excellent wicket keepers. Stood up at this tournament. You don't often see that. Here's Cornton again then. Sri Lanka 47. The loss of 1 wicket. Here he comes. From the college end. He bowls, that's shorter, and that's just pushed out very nicely. In the point region, Marcus Young trots in from the boundary. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, there have been some big scores here, so I'll leave the question with Barath. I'm sure he'll be able to answer it. What he thinks is a par score on here, but more importantly, with this talented Sri Lankan lineup, what he thinks they should be achieving, bearing in mind the state of play at the moment. Some changes being made to the field. Corn then. Johan Perez to face. Here's Corn. He's in. Ooh. Squirts out to the leg side. Marcus Young does the fielding at square leg. And there's no run. So after the initial flurry of runs, it's just quietened down a bit from Sri Lanka. Here's Cornton again. As I say that, commentator's curse. Perez plays an absolutely beautiful shot, but he's caught. Goodness me. Well, apologies, viewers. In my commentary position, it's a tented area. Tented on 3 sides. I can't see to my right. Perez absolutely crunched at it. It was a beautiful connection. And it's caught in the deep. I think it's Ed Gordon-Lennox. Well, if that's the case, that's a remarkable catch. Perez absolutely crunched that. And it is Ed Gordon-Lennox. Takes a great catch out in the deep. Well, vital wicket for England. The dangerous Johan Perez comes back into the pavilion. He batted very well. Very dangerous character. But goodness me, apologies for that on the commentary. It's we can't see that part of the ground from where we are. So we're having to rely on replays. So, another breakthrough for England. Perez goes for a very, very useful 28 of 24 balls. Sri Lanka, well, they made a blistering start. England fighting back, and it's a good fight back. Both openers back in the pavilion. Sri Lanka 48 for 2. Couple of deliveries left in this Jason Corns over. Will that be a game changer? I mean, wickets do change games, but Johan Perez, he's been in absolutely blistering form. He's striking the ball very, very well. And I just mentioned after the initial flurry from the Sri Lankan batsman, England put the brakes on, change of bowling. Phil Deacon coming on from the Temple end. Jason Court's been absolutely magnificent from the college end. So, final ball of the over. In. Ooh, expansive shot to start with. Good fielding by Jim Phillips. Gary Gunasekara, Sri Lanka captain. Very elegant batsman. Well, that's the end of the over. The end of my stint. Sri Lanka 48 for 2. I'll leave you in the capable hands of my colleague, Barath. Barath, over to you.
Chennai was 48 for 2. Starting with the par score that Rashid is asking about this venue. New Zealand have posted 326 in the previous game here. That's the highest total so far in the tournament. So yeah, it's quite unpredictable in a way par score. Most of the teams have scored 299s, 320s. Some teams have scored 240s and 30s. So 260 ideally would be a par score that the first innings team could confidently go on the field in the second innings. But at the same time, facing someone like England, you must score more than 280s or 90s to put the pressure on the batters. This is wonderful timing. And that's a proper placement to perfection. Goes for the boundary. Good going here, Dasha Abevadana. And speaking with what Rush is speaking about, wonderful use of wrist. This is hit dismissed. One of the set batters, Johan Perez, one of the key batters of Sri Lanka. In his comedy time. Now these two batters have to set the platform. In terms of the first 10 overs, this has been quite good total. For instance, if you're having 48 for 1, this will be a psychologically good total to speak about. But at the same time, if you're losing 2 key wickets within the first 10 overs, then it's going to be a lot more pressure for the next batters, the upcoming batters. This time into the back foot. Because overs 11 to 20 is very crucial for a team batting. You set a good total in the power play by scoring a couple of runs, boundaries in the first 10 overs. Then you have to stabilize the score without losing much wickets. After 21st over to 35, you should not focus on scoring runs. The wicket column should be the only control. So ideally the next 25 overs will be a challenging one for the Sri Lankan batters. They won't be given much freedom of losing wickets. Probably 1 or 2 will be accepted. But before that, any of their batters should play the longer innings. This venue have hosted 5 ODI games in this tournament, and 3 of those games have seen a centurion, with Australia's Bill Blair scoring a century, New Zealand's Craig Gibbs scoring back-to-back centuries. So that sort of gives you the clarity that batters have scoring triple digit marks in this venue. That set the tone, and all these three games are won by the teams which had the Centurions. So individual score matters a lot while playing Tagore Medical College ground, and the boundary ropes are so long. As of now, we've seen only three sixers in this tournament. And that's how things were going on. Continues to bowl. Full Dickon. Bit of dominated bottom hand. Dot ball to end this over. 11 overs, 53 for 2. Fifty up. 53 for 2 Sri Lanka. That's quite good performance in terms of run rate. The wicket column is something that is a bit of worrying sign. But yes, they have a lot dominant batters, especially this man on screen, Gary Gunasegara. The skipper himself, such a wonderful batter. Scored couple of runs, responsible knocks in the past. We've seen that happening, especially with the way how he scored runs against the Wales. The 75 not out by him is one of those innings that built the standards, and they won the game eventually. He's the second highest run scorer for Sri Lanka in this tournament. Scored two wonderful half centuries. Key player to look out for Gary Gunasegara. Will be having a lot more duty to be done in this game. Those are the non-strikers in, with Darsha on strike. Well left. They're using the field really well, continuing with the home condition and the advantage that they will have in home. That will invite them a lot in the front foot. They have to play more spinners because spinners will be dominating in Sri Lanka. So playing more spinners will eventually increase their footwork style. The way how they reach out to the length of the ball will be far better than many of these sides, as they didn't have much impact with spinning tracks. So Sri Lanka's domination in spin bowling conditions, Sri Lanka's worldwide spinners production has been adding a lot more value to this. But yes, that's how things work in the middle. You have to use that advantage. You will be having a couple of spinners to watch out for, especially with the way Kate Jans, who reminds us of the style of the great Muthaiya Muralidharan, Kushal Eregaman, the wonderful off spinner, and most importantly, Lal Ranasinghe, as being a left arm spinner, has been pretty dominant in this tournament. He's the second highest wicket taker overall in the tournament. But yes, we'll head back to the bowling part of Sri Lanka later. But as of now, the one thing that impresses me is the kind of footwork that they're using in this game. A lovely brand of cricket from Sri Lanka. 12 overs, 43 for 2. Good start, starts off with the dot ball. Continues to bowl full deck and the left arm spinner. Absolute delight to watch out for these left-arm spinners. Gary Gunasekara is taking his own time. Well, speaking about the way how this man batted John Perry's, he wanted to take the advantage. He wanted to bring on a dominative brand of cricket, but unfortunately lost his wicket. In fact, both the openers have gone within the time of rush in the commentary box. 3 for 2. Not watching much moments in the scoreboard as of now. This is wonderful shape holded by this man. He's having that limited flight and landing at the right areas that invites the batter in the front foot. We'll be having one option to do. We have to slot sweep. We have to play it in the air. It's such a kind of jumping deliveries from the left arm spinners. This is a pretty decent domination against the batter. Just testing the patience of Gary Gunasekara and how long they will continue to bat with the same flow without scoring runs on the board. But whereas for Gary Gunasekara, typically a left-handed batter plays for Sri Lanka, will always be an elegant thing to watch out for, right from the way how we've seen Sangakkara, Jayasuriya, Lahiru Thirimanne, Upul Taranga, of course. So many left-handed batters, elegance. This is one among them. He loves his brand of cricket against the spinners. Just reading the ball and playing according to that, just playing to the merit of the ball. That works really well for Sri Lanka. Especially this man, Gary Gunasekara. That's how he used it to bat. That is his brand of cricket. And this has been quite good control from Phil Dickin. He's been changing his lengths regularly. That's wonderful over coming to an end. 53 for 2. Maiden from Phil Dickin. Catches the call. And that beats the fielder comfortably at the mid-off as he is chasing down the ball. That has been wonderful effort at the deep by Richard Merriman, the skipper himself. Continuing with a similar rhythm, Jason Card is having wonderful rhythm with the new ball today. Bowling his 7th over, dismissed both the openers. And this must be expected from Mike Palmer. But this day, it's quite a bit of batting surface. You can't have much purchase in the middle. More than the key fast bowlers, the medium pacers had something to say, and that happened so far. This man had a bit of domination. Jason can't. 54 for 2. Arranging the field is according to the good thing about Sri Lanka is they're having this left-right combination adding together, and that could add a bit of pressure for them. Continuing with the same flow. As this man just watching the ball, playing it to the merit of the ball, not having the strike rate pressure, not having the pressure of scoring the first runs on the board that most of the batters will have, because the first runs were really challenging to come out of the crisis and bring back something new to the board. This is straight away after the back-to-back impacts given. Swing and a miss. Wonderful approach here from the Englishman, just having the close keeper behind the stumps, trying to take the domination. 0 of 9. At some point of time, the focus and the clarity that he is having will get contaminated. He will try to do something out of the box. That's the power of dot balls. But yes, as being a batter, stillness is the key to play the longer innings. Gary Gunasekara did that a couple of times in this tournament, and it's a must-win situation. They know the impact made by England so far in this tournament. Keeping everything in mind, Gary Gunasekara will try to put something solid in the first innings. They've been changing fielders for every single ball. Now having a deep point fielder covers inside the circle. Two shouts And that brings the first runs on the board here for Gary Gunasekara. Getting off the mark with the single. Just 6 boundaries so far in this innings. This has been quite good dominative performance. Just the wicket column is something that supports the Englishman, and especially with this man Jason Kant is bringing up something new every time when he came back to bowling. So his spell will be crucial to watch out for throughout the innings. He's having another 2 more overs to be bowled. But apart from that, the rest of the English bowlers have been handled pretty decently by the Sri Lankan batters. Having said that, keeping that in mind, forgetting the wicket column, having complete focus against Jason Kant, they could explore with a similar kind of batting rhythm, as being quick and busy in the middle is their own brand of cricket, and this one supports the batters a bit. They could do whatever they wanted to do by having a focus on the wicket column. A complete control bowling performance. Is bowling at the areas properly, just 2 runs of it. 55 for 2 Sri Lanka. Continues to bail. Behind the wicketkeeper will be fetching a single on the board. Just 7 runs, in fact 8 runs in the last 4 overs after the first 10 overs. As of what we're speaking about, runs were not flowing on the board after the 10th over after losing 2 big wickets in the middle. This has been complete control bowling performance. Full Dickin accompanying with the bowling combination really working well. And he's such a wonderful left arm spinner to watch out for. He's very tall, releasing with a high arm release. And that's a bit of flight in the air, and then confuses the batter whether to come onto the front foot or into the back foot. That little bit of hesitation to take the risk is actually giving that advantage for the English bowlers to explore. They're flighting it with full of confidence and bowling at the right areas. Maybe stepping out a bit or going back will be adding a bit of difference in terms of approaching such bowlers, but they won't take those kind of risks at this point of time, because this is the phase where they have to build the partnership. Runs were needed, but at the same time wicket column is most crucial. For longer innings, they can take some time in the middle from 11 to 20. Swing and a miss. This is a bit of length offered by the bowler, not the regular one done by Phil Dickin so far in this game. And surprisingly, sometimes he loves to bowl that arm ball or a flat delivery, restricting the flight from the ball. Maybe just to make the batters to throw the bat. In case if they throw the bat, a lot of opportunities for the bowlers to dismiss the batter. Just 2 more for the hydration break. Single run of this over. Another wonderful flight to delivery. And that has been placed to perfection. Wonderful stroke making. Dasha gets his boundary. This went on to be a low full toss delivery. Just take back a look at that. Extracted a wonderful flight. Revolutions were good, but that is a full toss delivery. He placed it to perfection. This is kind of eases out the pressure. Last ball to go. 5 runs of it. Right, the last ball of the over. This had the proper shape. A typical left armer's delight to watch out for. Dot ball to end this over. That's 60 for 2. 15 overs.
So, drinks being taken after 15 overs. My thanks to Bharath Sivalingam for his stint. He does speak well. And he's spot on. England putting the squeeze on Sri Lanka after getting a bit of tap early doors. But they fought back well. Phil Deacon operating from the temple end. Kept it nice and steady. Backed up by Jason Cornt, who's bowled magnificently well. So the England bowling figures as we stand. Michael Palmer opened the bowling from the temple end. It's a bit expensive. 2 overs, no maidens, 0 for 16. Jason Cornt is operated exclusively from the college end, bowled at 7 overs straight through. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 20. And Phil Deacon replaced Palmer. Phil Deacon's figured 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. Been 7 extras. The wickets to fall for Sri Lanka. Well, Tilan Wijasinha was first out. Caught by Nick Newman at back per point. Good catch, took it over his head. He was out for 10 off the bowling of Jason Cornt. And Yohan Pires, he was batting very, very well, striking the ball beautifully. Absolutely crunched the ball to deep, wide cover. Ed Gordon-Lennox, out of our view from the commentary position, underneath the trees, took a very, very good catch. Off the bowling of Jason Cornt again. He was out for 28 off 25 deliveries with 5 boundaries. Darsha Abawardena, he's currently 14 not out of 26 with a couple of boundaries. And the Sri Lankan skipper, Gary Gunasekara, he's not out 1. Found it a bit hard going as Gary. Just the 1 from his 12 deliveries. Just about to resume. Sri Lanka 60 for 2. Good fight back by England. Oh, Jason Cornt, he's going to continue from the college end. We're just waiting for umpire Aravinda standing at the college end to get proceedings underway. Some changes made to the England field. Nick Newman, he's fielded very, very well. He goes into short cover area. Ed Gordon-Lennox in front of us, just on the edge of the circle at square leg. So, here we go then. Here's Cornt. He's in, full of delivery. It's a nice shot. Deliberately played by Gunasekara. Just opened the face of the bat. Ran it down through the vacant slip area. Jim Phillips does the fielding. 2 to the total. Sri Lanka 62 for 2. Gunasekara moves on to 3. Fuller from Cornt that time. Gunasekara, watchful, just goes back in his crease, plays it back down the wicket. Nick Newman trots in from his short cover position to do the fielding. Bharat mentioned in his commentary spell how well the England bowlers had done to put the squeeze on Sri Lanka. That's another good shot by Gunasekara. Just opened the face of the bat, beautifully timed. Backward point. He trots through for another 2. Sri Lanka 64 for 2. He moves on to 5. Yeah, Bharat mentioned the squeeze that the England bowlers put on. It was very, very good. 8 runs in 5 overs. They'll be looking to do the same from this 15 to 20 over spell. Try and restrict the Sri Lankans. Here's caught. Gunasekara, nice looking shot, just turns it out. It's mid wicket, there's no run. And as with all the Sri Lankan batsmen, very, very pleasing on the eye. Very, very stylish. Here's caught again. In he comes, he bowls. Gunasekara just pushes forward. There's no run. Yeah, good over from Jason Corn. A couple of nice shots from Gunasekara. Sri Lanka, 16 overs gone, 64 for 2. So Phil Deakin, he's continuing from the Temple end. Second over after the drinks break. In he comes. Short. Yes, yes, yes is the call. Batsman off down the wicket. Sent back by the skipper. Darsha Abhiwardena. Job it into the covers area. He wanted to run. Skipper Gary Gunasekara, the non-striker's end, was having none of it. Deakin then. Here he comes. Bold, flighty delivery. That's nicely played. Good bit of fielding by the skipper. Sherwood throw. Excellent bit of fielding. Well, it was good cricket all round there. Darsha Abhiwardena hit it well, set off straight away. His skipper obliged. Good fielding, bit off by Richard Merriman, the England skipper. Clean pick up. Throw into the stumps, direct hit. But Abhiwardena had made his ground. Sri Lanka move on to 65 for 2. Deakin then, in again. That's a beautiful shot. Marcus Young comes round, quick in the field. Marcus Young keeps it to 1. Yeah, it's a beautiful shot from Gary Gunasekara there. Beautiful cover drive, put to the pitch of the ball, bat through the line, made a fantastic sound. But just the 1, 66 for 2. Nicely played. Abhiwardena just looking to guide it. Now 2 men back there. Short third man. The man at Widish Gully. Nick Newman at Widish Gully. Deakin, in he comes from the Temple end. He bowls. It's an expansive shot. Oh, it's a catch. He's caught it. Jim Phillips Excellent catch, low down by Jim Phillips. Reward for Phil Deakin, who's bowled exceptionally well. And Darsha Abiwardena, well, he has to depart. Good catch by Jim Phillips, running in. Not easy that. It was low to the ground. Made the ground up. And in the end made it look very, very simple. Sri Lanka lose their third wicket. 66 on the board. And it's a wicket for Phil Deakin. Well, after the early blistering start by the Sri Lankans, England have fought back really, really well. 3 Sri Lankan batsmen in. Darsha Abiwardena, he departs for 15. And good reward for Phil Deakin. He has bowled well from the temple end, but it was a very, very good catch by Jim Phillips. It probably doesn't look like it's watching wherever you are in the world on your viewing screen, but he had to make up some ground and the ball was dipping on him. He's a tall man, Jim Phillips. Got down really well. Excellent bit of fielding. Good breakthrough for England. So, Deakin. In he comes. Richie De Silva takes his first ball. Swing and a miss. Good take by Steve Aston. Good over from Phil Deakin. Sri Lanka 66 for 3 after 17. So Jason Corn, continuing from the college end, he's bowled exceptionally well. Can he make another breakthrough for England? If he can, then England will be right in amongst the middle and lower order of the Sri Lankan team. He's in, he bowls. Gunasekara just looks to turn it down the leg side, ball dribbles out. Leg by single by umpire Aravinda at the far end. .67 for 3 Sri Lanka. Jason Corn just having a word with the skipper Richard Merriman. New man in. We'll try and exert some pressure on him. Richie De Silva. So we've got Phil Deakin, orthodox slip position. Nick Newman going to position just backward of point in the catching position where he took his previous catch. Here's Cornt in again, bowls, there's a bit of width. De Silva shows his arms, watches it go through. Steve Aston with a take and there's no run. Fuller from Corn. De Silva just pushes out, did well to dig it out. Ed Gordon-Lennox comes in from his cover position to do the fielding. There's no run. Good dish from Jason Corn. In he comes again then. The bowls. Well, That's nicely tucked away, however. Very, very nice shot by Richard De Silva. Minimum amount of effort. And that races away across the outfield for 4. Beautiful shot. Lovely timing. Just rolled his wrist on it. Let the ball come onto him. Just roll his wrist round it. All along the ground. Very, very good shot indeed. He gets off the mark with a boundary. So here's Con. In again once more. De Silva thought about playing that. Decides to leave it in the end. And that's the end of the Jason Corns over. 18 overs gone here at the Tagore Medical College cricket ground in this semi-final match between England and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka made a very, very good start, but wickets in the 40s, and a squeeze by England and reduced them to 71 for 3 after 18. England will be the happier of the two teams. Sri Lanka, well, they know there's still plenty of overs to go. Talented batting lineup. This England team, they are tenacious. They are fighters. No more so than Phil Deakin, continuing from the Temple end. He bowls. Let's just push back down the ground by the skipper, Gary Gunasekara. He's on 6 off 22 deliveries. Been very watchful in his innings so far. Here's Deakin again. He bowls. Oh, he goes for that. Misses outside the off stump. Good take by Steve Aston, the England stumper. Deakin, in he comes, bowls. Oh. Well, yeah, I was just waiting for the signal from umpire CP Ravikumar at this end. He's down the leg side. Gunasekara looking to whip it round off his legs. And no contact. Down the leg side. Wide signals. Deakin in again. Bowls. Gunasekara, just watchful, pushes forward. Out to Nick Newman at cover. There's no run. Sri Lanka 72 for 3. Tossed up by Deakin that time. Slight misfield by Nick Newman. Allows Gunasekara to scamper through for a single. Deakin, in he comes, bowls flighted. De Silva just pushes forward. Monty Douglas does the fielding at mid-off. Deakin to complete this over from the Temple end. In he comes, quicker delivery that time. Nice orthodox defensive shot from De Silva. That ends the over. Sri Lanka 73 for 3 after 18 overs. After 19 overs, correction. And you heard my colleague Bharat Sivalingam mention par scores during his stint. 250. It's looking quite a distant target at the moment. Sri Lankan batting lineup, well, they've certainly got the talent and ability to get there. There's no doubt about that. But just rebuilding at the moment. England will be very happy in the state of play at the moment after being under the cosh in the first few overs. And now, skipper Richard Merriman turns to his talisman, Marcus Young, leg spinner, was the leading wicket taker in the tournament. And if you haven't seen Marcus Young bowl, folks, you're in for an absolute treat. Spins the ball prodigiously, varies his flight, varies his line, varies his speed, but he's got two devastating googlies. One an orthodox googly, the second, well, I'm a leg spinner myself, and I've spoken to Marcus at great length, and he was very kind enough to join us in the commentary box the other day when England played South Africa. Wouldn't give his secrets away about how he has this second googly, but when it is delivered, I've not seen one single batsman in this tournament A, pick it, and B, do anything with it. It's a devastating delivery. So here he is, into the Sri Lankan skipper. That's a bit shorter. Gunasekara. It's back. Ball bounced a bit. Surprised him, I think. Marcus Young does the fielding, and there's no run. Young in again. Gunasekara, watchful, pushes it back down the pitch. Marcus Young again. Retrieves the ball. And Young is a confident player. If he gets into a rhythm early, he can be absolutely devastating. Here he comes, flighted delivery this time. Yeah, Gunasekara just reached for it a touch. Replayed it very nicely. Scampers through for two. Sri Lanka 75 for 3. Here's Young then, in again. It's well bowled. Gunasekara just prods it out into the offside. Thinks about a run. Jim Phillips in quickly. Prevents any thoughts of that. Two more deliveries for me to commentate on. Then I'll be handing over to my colleague, Bharath Sivasingham. Here's Young, in again. Gunasekara just pats that back down, squirts out onto the offside, and there's no run. Well, good over by Marcus Young, good start. Sri Lanka, 20 overs, 75 for 3. Bharath, it's all yours.
Thank you, Rash. 20 overs, 75 for 3. And all three of them came in your time of commentary. And many Rashids are leg spinners in England. Common connectivities. And this man, Marcus Young, have started his spell. He's a wonderful bowler, one among the top wicket takers of the tournament. With Richie De Silva, another wonderful batter to watch out for, having solid techniques. And yes, techniques along with temperament, along with challenges, puts together, builds a wonderful innings, and that's very much needed in this game. And we are speaking about the past scores in this venue. We've seen 300s and 290s, but at the same time, having such strong oppositions, we spoke about 260s, but losing 3 wickets in the middle, this start is another amazing start to speak about. England have never conceded 200 runs in this tournament while bowling first. So keeping all these things in mind, Sri Lankans were the sides who shows more dramas in the tournament. We've seen a tie game and a 254 total. So we can expect something, surprise elements coming on to play. But at the same time, yes, there must be anything around 240 or 220 for that. They need to build a big partnership. Jim Phillips, the new bowler, bowls from the temple end, while Marcus Young bowling at the college, and 2 new bowlers from both the ends. This is a different new phase altogether after the 20th over. Right from 21st over to 35th over, the challenges will be completely different. Most of the sides didn't focus much on scoring runs. They focused completely on saving the wickets. At the same time, the bowling side in this space, 21 to 35, focused on bringing up more breakthroughs with the wicket column. So this is a phase to defend yourself from losing. A strong shout, and the fingers goes up. Wicket number 4. We spoke about Richard De Silva's solidity in terms of skill set, but that's not adding much value to Sri Lanka now. As Phillips gets his first wicket. Good work behind the wicket, Steve Aston. And immediately he started shouting for the dismissal. He was pretty confident with that. And De Silva walks away. This man walks to the pavilion for 4 runs. That's 75 for 4 Sri Lanka. First wicket in my commentary session. $75 for 4. Good start to Jim Phillips. Starting off with the dismissal in the very first over. Didn't afford much width in the middle. Another wonderful batter into the crease. Keith Jans. He's been a solid commodity in terms of with the bat, with the ball. He contributed in both the aspects of the game for Sri Lanka. He's the top run getter for Sri Lanka. Scored a couple of half centuries with the first one coming against India. And with the ball, we could see a different style of bowling action, a typical off-spinner style of what Muthaiya Muralidharan bowls. They have the similar style of bowling, Keith Jans. But as of now, we'll watch his batting standards. Still maintaining this left-right combination. Altogether, Sri Lanka's biggest strength is the left-right combination. And along with that, these two batters, two key batters, Keith Jans and Gary Gunasekera, the top run getters for Sri Lanka, were in the crease together. So now this is pretty relevant that how things are gonna go. If these two batters bat well, Sri Lanka will bat well. If these two batters fails in the middle, things will go completely into the hands of England. So this partnership, especially for the next 4 overs from the crisis, will be interesting to watch out for. That's quite good over. Wicket and a single in this over. That's 76 for 4 Sri Lanka after 21. .28 by Johan Perez with a couple of cracking boundaries in the power play. That's a dominative batting display we've seen in the first 6 to 7 overs. Right after that, we've seen a couple of wickets falling in the middle and the bowlers taking at the breakthrough at the right time with this man, Jim Phillips, bringing it another one. Surprise elements are working on really well for England. We are focusing on Mike Palmer and the wicket column came about the other end. And of course now the man in form, Marcus Young, continues to bowl. Speaking about Keith Jans and Gary Gunasekera, two responsible batters. Throughout the tournament they batted really well in different positions. Now batting together against such a power-packed English side. This is a real challenge to watch out for Sri Lanka. The strong shout of this being a dismissal. Steve Aston has been wonderful behind the wickets. He's been quick, agile, guiding the bowlers in the right direction. Just contributing his best in all aspects of the game. Look at that. This is what Rush is speaking about. That immediate leg spinner from Marcus Young is having this variation as the batters must keenly watch his hands. Look at the point of release. Another extra bit of flight, intending to bowl the leg spinner. And that landed in one of the most safest places. It's interesting bowler to watch out for his bowling style, the way of release. It has a surprise element as the batters must keenly watch his release point. Then you could judge the turn of the ball. That's one of those reasons. The gutsy attempt of flighting the ball and turning in two different angles. And along with being relevant to the situation, he's the key bowler of England without any doubt. That beats the fielder, Monty Douglas, the man to watch out for in the next innings. All eyes on this man. His batting standards set. A great example. Three back-to-back centuries. Such a wonderful performance that is from this man. And two of them came off as an unbeaten effort. Bit of it. Finds the same man at the point. Will be just a single to end this over. 3 of it, 79 for 4 Sri Lanka. Halfway through the first innings, 79 for 4. If this double, we could see something 160s and 70s at the end of first innings. But we are not sure. Sri Lankans were known for creating such surprise elements in the middle. Maybe a good partnership between these two batters for next 15 overs will set a different standard altogether. Then they can expect anything more than 200. But that's quite challenging as these two bowlers are really good at so far. Jim Phillips and Marcus Young. This new spell for the middle overs, just a keenly focus on the wicket column. Good use of the feet, proper placement. Jens taking his own time. We didn't see much boundaries today, except the one. Johan Perez dominated the English bowlers, especially Mike Palmer. And then things have been completely controlled by them. That's how it went so far. A flat delivery. Variations were working really good. And these men were known for playing spinners better. And English spinners were challenging them. The good use of the wrist catches the call. Will be just a single. A regular commodity. Marcus Young was the man placed at the region. And he's doing really well in the middle. Let's keep on speaking to his bowlers and fielders. Richard Merriman, the skipper, a busy skipper in terms of decision making on the field. His field positioning has been perfect. A sweep shot catches the call. That's a grounded stroke, will be fetching just a single for Gary Gunasekera. Speaking about the way how Richard Merriman is creating the impact in this game, he's talking to his bowlers and fielders continuously. You could clearly hear his voice almost for all the moments of the game. Right. Dot ball to end this over. 81 for 4. Swing and a miss. That goes for a couple of runs behind the wicket, and we could clearly hear the voice of Kate Jones says, yes, Gary too. And they ran 2 runs between the wickets. Good understanding between the batters. And getting a couple of runs on the board. Nick Newman played wonderful game against South Africa. These contributions for England, even though we've been speaking about Monty Douglas and his batting standards, another strong shout. No signs from Arvind, the on-field umpire. We'll just take back a look at this with how the way Marcus Young bowled this delivery. Pitching, it's quite crucial. Speaking about the contribution of rest of the cricketers from English team, they had plenty of contributions with the bat. Many batters performed really well. By the way, we are speaking about Nick Newman scored a century, 107 not out against South Africa, along with Richard Merriman as being a skipper played some responsible knocks. Nick Gavard played well. Graham Shaw. So many quality cricketers. Mel Hussain, of course. And that's one of those reasons you can't predict this bowler is going to be the danger sign, because every other bowlers were adding on a lot of value to them. We are focusing on Marcus Young, and we've seen Phillips bringing up the breakthrough. That's how the Englishman was working. Were working on the field. And a wonderful flight to delivery, leading edge. Almost got closer. Still putting the batters under pressure. Just keep on inviting them to stretch themselves a lot. Batters won't love to do that. They will expect the bowlers to offer something into the back foot to play comfortable cricket. This man is adding a lot of pressure for every single delivery that he bowls. Good work from Steve Austin. Quite good over, coming to an 84 for 4, 24 overs. This is how the bowling spell went so far. Jason Kwan completed his spell, 28 for 2. And one more for Phil. Just that first ball went for wide +2. And rest of the 6 deliveries went on to be a dot ball, 3.50, the current run rate. When you keep on focusing on the wicket column, straight away the run rate dips down. An Englishman were focusing on the right areas, controlling the Sri Lankans from doing what they're known for. Jim Phillips continues to bowl. Starts off with a couple of dot balls in the middle. Jim Phillips having a lot of opportunities, a lot of chances of bringing up next breakthrough. He's bowling in the right areas, challenging the batters regularly, and the field positioning that he's having is the typical T20 standards of field positioning. Not much spaces for the strike rotation, because the key areas for strike rotations would be long on and long off against the spinners. When you have mid on and mid off inside the circle, those areas of rotating the strikes will be cut down. That adds a bit of pressure to the batters. They have to face the same bowler again and again. So facing same bowler again and again is adding up a lot of advantages. Then eventually the batter, out of pressure, loses his wicket. It's quite simple thing that happens in most of the parts of the game. Yes is the call from Keith Jens. That's good running between the wickets. Good understanding between Keith and Gaddy. Just a single run off it, and one more to end this over. This has been quite decent 5 overs for Sri Lanka, but whereas for England, another wonderful spell. If you call it to be a session by session in the modern day terms, almost all the sessions after the 5th over has been won by Englishmen. They've dominated them. They are dominating them. With this dot ball, the over coming to an 25 overs of just single run off it, 85 for 4 Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Bharat. Hello, everyone. Rash Mahmood back in the commentary booth. Yeah, great points made by my colleague. Take it in sessions. England putting the squeeze on the Sri Lankan batsman. Here's Marcus Young. He's in. Delivery off the outside edge. Good fielding by Ed Gordon-Lennox. That's a good shot. And it's caught. Dropped. Oh dear. Well, it's hit into the outfield. And it's the skipper, just Merriman, who puts it down. Difficult chance, going backwards, reaching above his head. Here's Young, and again that ball bounces. Keith Jans, as Barrow said, he's been in tremendous form. He's an excellent batter. Very dangerous character in the middle order for Sri Lanka. Here's Young in again then. He bowls flighted delivery. Jans just pushes into the offside. Nice stroke. Looking for the 2. Now, good bit of fielding out there. Prevents the second run being taken. Well, will that drop catch by the England skipper come back to haunt England? It's a flighted delivery. Batsman went for it. Difficult chance. Here's Young in again. Ooh. And the skipper, Gunasekara, with a kitchen sink at that. I think it was the googly. Didn't pick it. It's flicked into the air again. Well, a couple of aerial shots this over. Unlucky Marcus Young. Continuing to bowl very, very well. Yeah, that chance dropped by the England skipper. He actually got there. He got his hands to it. Couldn't hold on as he was going backwards. Will that be costly? Sri Lanka, 89 for 4. 26 gone. Keith Jans, 9. And the skipper, Gary Gunasekara, he's on 11. Faced 41 deliveries, however. He's been watchful, playing the captain's innings. Trying to steady this Sri Lankan batting effort. It's Jim Phillips, continuing from the temple end. In he comes. Gunasekara, swing and a miss. He's trying to play a couple of those shots. Connected on one. He's missed the rest. Here's Phillips in again then. Gunasekara, that's flighted. Just plays an orthodox shot into the cover area. Mel Hussain. He does the fielding and there's no run. Here's Phillips, in again. Outside the off stump, just watches it go past, taken by Aston, no run. Sri Lanka remain on 89 for 4. And it's an appeal for LBW. It's Gunasekara, takes another swing at it, played right across the line, hits the pad. Umpire CP Ravi Kumar, standing at the temple end. He's not interested, but another dot ball. Phillips in again once more. There's another chance. Oh, Merriman, he was looking for it. It was in the air for a long time. Gunasekara finally connected with one, but it went high in the air. Merriman, well, he lost sight of it initially. Resighted it, just couldn't get his feet set. It went over his head. Single to the skipper. 90 up for Sri Lanka. Keith Jans just goes back in his crease. It's an orthodox forward defensive shot. It's the end of another very, very good over by Jim Phillips. Sri Lanka 90 with a loss of 4 wickets. 27 overs gone. And as Barrow said in his commentary stint, looking at the way that England have bowled, the first stint, I think you can say it was wholly Sri Lankans. Batted very, very well. And then the 2 quick wickets really put the brakes on things. Another wicket has fallen, and then another one to leave Sri Lanka 90 for 4. And it's been really since the 15th over that England have bowled very, very well. Asking a lot of questions from the Sri Lankan batters. There's Marcus Young into the skipper. Oh, he was in two minds. He was in two minds, Gary Gunasekara. Initially, as the ball was done, he was looking to slap it through the covers. He changed his mind. In the end, it squirted out for no run. Young again. It's outside edge. Towards the gully region. Jim Phillips trots round. Yeah, he's not picking Marcus Young at all, Gunasekara. You can see he's not happy at all. Let's see how Keith Jance plays Marcus Young then. Left hand, right hand combination, always difficult for a bowler to adjust their line. He bowls, he's in. That's a nice shot by Jance. Cuts it down. Backwards a point. Mel Hussain comes in and does the fielding. 92 for 4. Well, Gunasekara again, looking to play an expansive shot down the leg side. Drops through for a single. Sri Lanka move on to 93 for 4. As Young in again. He bowls. It's a good shot. Good shot by Jance. Just rock back. Pick the length early. Nice shot to deep mid wicket. Looks like Nick Gayward stationed out there. Does the fielding. So, Gunasekara facing Young again. Bowls. And he's tried again an expansive shot. Good fielding by Monty Douglas. Well, he's looking to get after Marcus Young. He's a Sri Lankan skipper. He's had 3 or 4 goes. It's an expansive shot down the leg side. Hasn't really made good contact. That's the end of the over. 29 gone. Sri Lanka 28 gone. Sri Lanka 94 for 4. It's going to be Jim Phillips to continue from the Temple end. Keith Jance takes his guard. So here comes Phillips then. Bowls. Jance just plays a forward defensive shot. There's no run. Oh, some adjustments being made to the field. Sri Lankan skipper Gary Gunasekara. He's facing Jim Phillips. In he comes. Flighty delivery. Oh! Well, he definitely played at that, did the Sri Lankan skipper. Phillips beats him outside the off stump. That's a good shot. Good fielding again. Out in the deep by Marcus Young. Keeps it to 1. Sri Lanka 96 for 4. Gunasekara moves on to 15. Here's Jans. Down the pitch. Good looking shot straight towards Monty Douglas. Ball doesn't carry. Batsman looked for a single. Decided against it in the end. Yeah, that ball was going straight down Monty Douglas's throat. Didn't quite have the legs to reach him. Here's Phillips again. Bowls. Jans. Watchful. Just plays it back down the pitch. End of another very, very good over by Jim Phillips. Sri Lanka 29 overs gone. 96 for 4. Well, we've talked about the scores that have been made on this ground. Apologies. Colleague's phone goes off next to me. It's going to be a good effort by the Sri Lankans to get up and around the 200. I think with the strength in depth of the England batting lineup, they're going to have to look to get a 200 plus. Here we go then. Marcus Young bowls. It's just flat battered by Gunasekara. Out to deep point. Nick Gaywood does the fielding. 97 for 4. Yeah, Barath made some excellent points about the scores here. England have not allowed a team to get past 200 when they have bowled first. Here's Young then. In again. Fly to delivery. Jan Wattsful just pushes it out. Monty Douglas does the fielding. And that, in any context of the game, is a phenomenal effort. To keep sides under 200 in this format. Very, very good indeed. Young flighted this time, Jans. Nice looking shot. Just turns it around the corner. Knows the shout from the skipper at the non-striker's end. Jim Phillips with the fielding. There's no run. Yeah, just to reiterate my point, to keep a team under 200 bowling first in these conditions is a phenomenal, phenomenal effort. Here's Younger then. In again. He bowls. Jans plays back. Nice bit of fielding by Ed Gordon-Lennox. Another dot ball. More pressure building on these South African batters. Correction, Sri Lankan batters. Thank you, JB. No shot offered by Jans. Yes, you might be able to hear the words of John Butterworth. Ooh, that bounced. Jans, well, sorted it out comfortably enough. That's the end of my stint, folks. I'll hand you over to my colleague, Barath Sivalingam. With the score, Sri Lanka at drinks, 30 overs gone, 97 for 4.
That's 97 for 4. Jim Phillips continues the ball as these two bowlers maintaining good numbers, especially this man, just 7 runs conceded in his 5 overs. And no boundaries for both the batters, Kate Jans and Gary Gunasegara. Just keenly focusing on the wicket columns. I think 15 more overs to go. 200 looks a bit of challenging total. It's very hard for them to get into 200 at this point of time with the kind of start and the journey that they're having so far. Will be challenging to watch out for. Slice it into the back foot. Just a calm and composed game of cricket with only one voice that we continuously hear. It's the voice of Richard Merriman, the captain of the side. Just keep on shouting about his players again and again. He's introduced. 99 for 4. With Gary Gunasegara and Keith Jans taking so much of time in the middle. Maybe at some point of time any of these batters should tackle the bowler, should step out and reach the length of the ball, could go for some boundaries. Or maybe these two batters looking for some change in the bowling attack. Maybe the secondary bowlers coming on to play. Then they could bring up the impact that they're looking for. Swing and a miss. Now we're watching some intent in the middle from Gary Gunasegara as the skipper wanted to take on the set bowler. Would be a right choice, but at the same time, that's 100 up here for Sri Lanka. The subtle journey so far going really good for them. If they continue with the same momentum, possibilities of 200 were there, but at the same time, it's quite challenging if they continue with the same style of batting. Into the back foot, Kate Jens taking his own time in the middle. Maybe Gary Gunasegara. Maybe change of spell, change of bowling. A full toss delivery, takedown, and that's been placed to the perfection, score the boundary. He actually moved forward to reach the length of the ball, and that went on to be an offered full toss. And he had taken that for granted. Look at that. Optimistic batting display. This is from Sri Lankans. And this is what they're known for. We love to watch this brand of cricket from the Sri Lankans in the middle of this game. It's 30 runs partnership together. First boundary for these batters. With Keith getting his one. And Gary is yet to score his first boundary. Yes, will be appreciated at the end because at this point of time, they'll be settling something with the basement. And slowly building the partnership to the next level. That's how it will go against such a challenging bowling side. But one thing that you could keep on remember is Sri Lanka's fighting attitude. At any point of time, they will come back stronger. They will build a fort out of nothing. Such a solid side. Jim Phillips continues to bowl. So this partnership is a key factor for them. A wonderful use of wit. Gives the elegance to rotate the strikes. Still a lot of supports for Sri Lankans. Quite interesting to watch out for with the way how things were going so far. This has been protective over for them. Look at the numbers. It's 9 runs of it against the set bowler. We spoke about his numbers. Just 7 runs conceded in the first 5 overs. In this over, he had conceded almost 10 runs. Another big stroke making, but that's a wonderful catch. Richard Merriman, you beauty. What a wonderful work at the mid-on. Not an easy one to take on. Brings up the breakthrough as Gary Gunasegara wanted to go over the mid-on fielder. But look at the efforts. Look at the efforts of Richard Merriman. It is such a wonderful catch to watch it for. Athleticism at its best, and this is 60 overs cricket, over 60 cricket. Believe me, look at the agility of the fielders. The skipper stood by example. Look at that. One more time for the viewers. Such a good commitment, good understanding, and with the way how he balanced himself on the ground. There comes the celebration as Gary Gunasegara Walks to the pavilion. It's 107 for 5. Second wicket for Jim Phillips. $107 for 5. Okay, Jans got a strong supporter now. Lal Ranasinghe in at number 7 for Sri Lanka. Lal Ranasinghe, if he comes into the crease, that will be a danger sign for the opposition. But most of the time, when he's having the ball in his hands, not the bat, we didn't saw much impact made by this man with the bat. But yes, today it's time for him to create the impact that the Sri Lanka were looking for. We're supporting Keith Jans. Just in the last over, it had too many dramas of the over of Phillips. Conceded couple of runs on the board. Keith started taking over the bowlers. Immediately, the dismissal of Gary Gunasekara, putting them into the back foot again. Another one in the air. And that safely landed in the no man's land and goes for the boundary. Getting off the mark with the boundary. The very first ball he's facing is going for the boundary. Leaving enough space for luck factor. Just placed it into the gap. Risky stroke making, but it's pretty mandatory. Maybe to put him in a comfortable zone, kid. This man is taking up all the risks in the middle to take care of the run rate. Lal Ranasinghe. Kid Jans should try to play throughout the end of this innings until the 45th over. For that, someone should take care of the run rate. Hit hard on the wickets. Good try. Will be fetching a couple of runs on the board. That's quite crucial. Almost got closer. Should have been a breakthrough. Another good running between the wickets. This man is challenging the bowlers. Lal Ranasinghe trying to act as busy as possible, trying to take on the bowler every single time. If he continues to score a couple of boundaries, that kind of relieves the pressure for Keith Jans. And the possibilities of making it to 200s, it's in his hands. No wickets for this man so far. Very rare sight to watch out for so far. 10 wickets for him in this tournament. We've seen him grabbing 3 wickets, 4 wickets. Such a regular wicket taking commodity for England. But not happening today as of expected, as this men are playing the spinners really well, tackling the spinners really well, to be very honest. Good comeback from Marcus Young. Last ball of this over. Swing and a miss. Will be continuing to bat on, as Marcus Young is having a deep point fielder just to invite him into the offside. Right, single to end this over. That's a wonderful throw from the covers. 116 for 5 Sri Lanka. And 16 for 5 Sri Lanka. With Gary Gunasekara being the last man being dismissed against Jim Phillips. That has been wonderful catch to look back. If you are joining the live at this moment, you can rewind the clip and watch that dismissal of Gary Gunasekara. A wonderful catch taken by the skipper. Right, on strike Lal Ranasinghe, the busy man. Swing and a miss, and that's gone. Simple wickets here for the bowler. Third one for him, Jim Phillips, bringing up the breakthrough again and again, and this time it's a blindfolded slog sweep against the spinner. Missing it completely. Hits the stumps comfortably. Easy dismissal for the bowler. Another one falls in the middle as Jim Phillips making it quicker. Wicket number 6 for Sri Lanka. 116 for 6 as Rahul Ranasinghe trying to make impact, but this went on to be a very short cameo. 7 of 6. .116 for 6. That brings up Santa Pereira in at number 8 for Sri Lanka, with Kate struggling at one end. He's expecting a solid partner to bring it to be a big partnership in the middle. Big chance for this man to get his fifer. Just heading back to what we're discussing about, we spoke about 260s, 50s, even 300 possibilities, but with the way how Sri Lanka batted for the past 10 to 15 overs, things were completely out of context. Now the probabilities of them scoring 200 is really challenging. They have lost 6 wickets with having one key batter, K. Jans. And with the way how Lal Ranasinghe batted, that gave us the clarity that this is the beginning of tail. Close appeal. No signals from Ravi Kumar, the on-field umpire. Just continuing with what we're speaking about. Seems like Sri Lanka were having a very long tail. This is closer. Close call it is. Struggling hard in the middle, Santa Pereira. Just speaking about the entry of tailenders. You can't see much impactful, solid batting displays. Maybe they might try to swing the bat, score a couple of runs in the middle, as of what Lal Ranasinghe tried to do. Or else if they have deep batting lineup, would be really helpful for Keith. That's wicket maiden. 33 overs, 116 for 6. That's how the scorecard looks here. It all started with Johan Perez started dominating the England bowling. The first 5 overs being the domination period with Sri Lanka. And rest of the overs have been dominated by the English bowlers. Right from the 11th over, the spinners took on complete control against them. Especially with this combination working together, Jim Phillips and Marcus Young bringing up the breakthrough at the right time. Which brings up Kate Jans back on strike. What will be running on his thoughts, because they have lost most of their key batters and Kate is standing alone. Will he prefer to give back strike to Santa Pereira, or will he prefer to play the first 4 balls of every over and then rotating the strike in the fifth ball or sixth ball, eventually making sure that he'll be taking the strike in the next over. Typically, that's how the set batters use it to set the formula while batting along with tailenders. Because now it's about saving your wickets for future. You're having 12 more overs to go, and you have to bat for the next 12 overs completely. If we shift and change the strikers, probably the tailenders might lose their way in the middle. Into the back foot. Good shot. A proper placement. They're having a fielder at the deep. Will be just a single. And that brings back Lasantha Pereira on strike. Marcus Young so far wicketless in this innings. 0 for 27. Bowls his 8th over. And one more to complete. A flighted delivery. Good use of the wrist. He's getting off the mark with that single after 5 dot balls. Good control taken in the middle. It will be interesting to see how the spinners of Sri Lanka will respond for this. They could say these names: Lal Ranasinghe, Keith Jans. Couple of spinners, off spinners and left arm spinners were waiting in Sri Lanka. And they are having such high standards of spin bowling, heritage, history of spin bowling. We'll continue with it. But looking at the way this man bowls, you have to watch his release point keenly. The leg spinner or the off spinner. Another wonderful turn. He's extracting some turn in the middle with a bit of flight. Just take back a look at that. Extra flight. An additional turn for the ball. Majestic turn. It is 34 overs, 118 for 6. Such a wonderful bowling. The way how he turned the ball, bringing up the revolution properly. Jim Phillips, the wicket taker, continues to bowl his 8th over. 11 more to go. And things were getting crucial. In case if they continue to balance the game for the next 3 overs, then the set bowlers quota will be finished. Jim Phillips and Marcus Young. Then maybe probably they could take on charge against the rest of the bowlers, maybe against Mike Palmer, or in case if there is a chance of England bringing on a part-timer in the middle. Yes, there are possibilities. The last chance for Sri Lanka to give an impact in this game, to complete the spell of the set batters. That's how things were going on. They are trying to rotate the strike, not having any intention of what Lal Ranasinghe did in the previous partnership. 156 the projected score if they continue with the same run rate. A flighted delivery. Wonderful use of feet, proper placement to perfection. Keith Jans is trying to play solid cricket. Still having that patience to build the innings. Anything to fight in the second innings. Maybe 150 or 160. The close one are still Steve Aston. He's waiting for the batter to lift his back foot. Good use of the route. There is no chance of going for the single. Couple of dot balls in the middle. Another wonderful session domination by England. The past 30 overs have been dominated by them, especially with this spell. It's impressive to watch out for. Good use of the wrist here. Will be rotating the strike. After the 35th over, there'll be a change in the commentary box. Rashid Mohammed will be joining. Last ball to go. Into the back foot, proper placement. Just watching that racing out of the fence for boundary. Wonderful boundary to end this over. Just take back a look at that. Flat delivery, not the typical one by Jim Phillips. And wonderful rotation of the body, proper placement, no man standing at the deep. Boundary to end this over. 126 for 6 after 35 Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Barth. Hello, everyone. Rash Mahmood with you. So, last 10. 120 for 6, Sri Lanka. And while I was away from the commentary box, as Barth said in his commentary, an absolutely blinding catch by the England skipper, Richard Merriman. He put one down earlier on in the innings. It's arguably a lot easier, but please, if you get the chance, I'm sure it'll be on a highlights package somewhere. Unbelievably good catch. Here's Marcus Young then. He bowls, that's in the air. Chipped into the onside, looking for 2. And he come back quite comfortably. So Keith Jance and Lasantha Pereira out of the middle for Sri Lanka. Here's Young. Bowls, tempted sweep by Pereira. There's no run. It's been a really good effort by these England boys. Keeping Sri Lanka down. Lots of dot balls, the odd single here and there. It's been a really, really good effort. Here's Young. Flighted. Pereira uses his feet well. Nick Gaywood doing the chasing out there in the deep. 2 more to the Sri Lanka total. 2 more to Pereira. So we were mentioning par scores on here. Barth was saying, about 250. Well, these Sri Lankan boys are going to have to bat really well to get up to 250. But anything near 200. Cricket's a funny old game, as we know. It's imperative they bat their overs out, however. Here's Young again then. Bowls quicker delivery that time. Pereira just pushes out into the offside. Ed Gunn Lennox does the fielding. Here's Young, flighted. Pereira. Yes, it's a call. Non-striker end, Keith Yance. Pereira, not interested. End of the over. Another good one. Sri Lanka, 130 for 6. 36 overs gone. 9 to go. As I said, they'll be looking to get to at least towards 200. It's going to be a change from the Temple end. Jim Phillips, well, he's bowled magnificently well. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 25 runs. And there's going to be no let up for the Sri Lankan batsman. There's Nick Newman, number 12 on his back. A very, very good spinner. Good bowler. Always thinking about his deliveries. Very good at varying his flight. And particularly his speed of delivery. Does have a quicker arm ball. gets batsmen into a lot of trouble. They don't seem to pick it at all. His action doesn't seem to change. So, Newman making some adjustments to the field. Skipper, Richard Merriman, goes out to long off. It's Keith Nance to face. First delivery from Newman. He's back. Down the leg side. Umpire CP Ravikumar signals a wide. Another one to the total. Back and across. Nance tried to play that down the leg side. So wide delivery signalled by the umpire. Again, not a good start from Nick Newman. Needs to get his line sorted. We'll give the Sri Lankan batters nearly 3 runs. Another one onto the total. Here's Newman in again. Bowls. Oh, it's good fielding by Newman off his bowling. Santha Pereira. Powerful figure. Here's Newman then. In he comes. Bowls. Pereira rocks back. Nice little dab into the offside. Yes is the call. And a good run. Good cricket from the Sri Lankan batting pair there. Decisive call by Keith Yance at the non-striker's end. Oh, well, that was just smacked by Keith Yance. Phil Deakin, stationed at mid-wicket, stuck a big right hand out, but it flew past him. Very, very welcome boundary for Sri Lanka. Good shot from Yance, as Bharat said. He's a very, very good batsman. Scored plentiful runs in this tournament. Newman, here he comes then. Yance, classic forward defensive shot. There's the pose. Bit of fielding. Gordon Lennox again, he's been magnificent for England throughout this tournament. It's the end of the Newman over. Disappointed with that, Nick Newman. Sets really high standards. The wides to start off. Giving away a boundary. Lanka, 137 for 6, 37 gone. Change of bowling. College end. It's Graham Shaw to replace Marcus Young. First delivery, played back down the pitch by Pereira. There's no run. Quicker delivery from short. Just played back down to him. Nifty bit of footwork. Encouragement from the Sri Lanka boys on the sideline. The show comes in again. The ball's quick delivery, flattered, that's down the leg side, and umpire Aravinda, no hesitation, signalling a wide, one more to the total. Shorter. Pereira just chops down on it. Gordon Lennox does the fielding. Shot. Nicely timed. Beautiful cover drive. Absolutely classical shot. Wasn't particularly short. But Keith Yance onto it in a flash. Foot to the pitch of the ball. Beautiful strike. Good nick, Keith Yance. Colleague Baroff, he indicated. He's a very, very good batsman. He certainly looks it. Here's Shaw then. In again, with the delivery. And that's cut away powerfully to the offside. There's a man out there though. Trots through for a single. .144 for 6, Sri Lanka now. Quick delivery by Shaw. Pereira just sees it out. Good over for Sri Lanka. 144 for 6. 38 overs gone. Good partnership building between these two. Sri Lankan team will hope that these two will be there at the end. Steer them somewhere towards the mark of 200. England, well, they'll be hoping they can prize this partnership apart and get into the last three Sri Lankan batters. It's going to be Newman to continue from the temple end. Keith Yance on strike. Newman into the offside. Lennox with the fielding, no run. It's a nice shot. Nice shot. Mike Palmer does the fielding. We're just opening the face, guiding it down. Good fielding from Mike Palmer. There's no run. Triple 144 for 6. At the end of the over, I'll give you an update on the other semi-final taking place between Australia and New Zealand. There's Newman down the pitch. Merriman does the fielding. Good use of the feet by Yance. 145 for 6. That's the other semi-final taking place at the SRI Ramachandra cricket ground between Australia and New Zealand. Newman. It's a nice looking shot by Pereira. Again. Merriman does the fielding, at long off, trot through for another single. Goes an appeal for LBW. He's been given. He's been given. Well, Keith Yance trying to paddle that down towards square leg, played right across it. Newman, full and straight. Yeah, an easy decision for the umpire. Yeah, played all across that. Right in front of the wickets. Umpire CP Ravikumar standing at the temple end. No hesitation. That's the end of a fine innings though. Keith Yance batted very, very well, very sensible in the circumstances. We're disappointed. But we've said before, these England bowlers are true and straight, wicket to wicket. The batsman misses, they hit. On that occasion, it was the pads. An easy decision from the umpire. Sri Lanka 146 for 7. The last man out. Keith Yance batted well, 35 off 57 deliveries with 4 boundaries. LBW to Nick Newman. Good comeback from Nick after his first over. A couple of wides in his first over and a boundary conceded. So good fight back from him. Kusal Eriagama, new batsman, making his way out into the middle. Just what England needed. Can they take these next couple of wickets? And with their batting lineup, the strength and depth they've got, they'll fancy chasing down any total under 200. So Newman, Riagama, takes strike, first delivery. It's full toss, all well fielded by Nick Newman on his return. That's a good over. Wicket from it. Sri Lanka 146 for 7, 39 overs gone. So I mentioned I'll give you an update in relation to the other semi-final taking place between Australia and New Zealand at the SRI Ramachandra Cricket Ground. Well, Australia won the toss, stuck New Zealand in. New Zealand in real trouble. 113 for 8. In the middle of the 37th over. And the start. For Australia in the bowling innings. Well, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 wickets for 13. For Tony Panakasya, tremendous effort from him. New Zealand really on the ropes in that match. Pereira pushes that into the onside towards deep mid wicket. Nick Gaywood does the fielding. Another one to the total. Here's short. And again. Delivery that time. Eriagama looking to play that vacant area behind wicketkeeper Steve Aston. There's a man at point. There's no slip, no gully. Here's Shaw again. Rolls. It's a better shot. Played down the ground. The batsman trot through for a single. Fielded by Marcus Young there. Took long off. 148 for 7. Nice looking shot, just played down the ground. $149 for 7, Sri Lanka. As we approach the end of the 39th over. Here's Shaw in again. That's a good expansive shot. Oh, a great bit of fielding by Ed Gordon-Lennox in the covers. I've mentioned in commentary previously today and during the England matches, he has been absolutely outstanding in that region. And that's the end of the over. And to take you through to the end of this Sri Lanka innings, it's my great pleasure to hand over to Bharat. Bharat, all yours, my friend.
Thank you, Rash. That's 150 up for Sri Lanka. At some point of time, we've been speaking about whether they could be able to make 150 up on the board or not. Now that's happening with 5 more overs in hands. 10 per over could make 200 happen. 3 more wickets to go. And these two batters, the so-called tail-enders, with Lasantha Pereira batting really well in the middle. Kushal Ariyagama is a wonderful bowler to watch out for with the bat. But at the same time, this man is so awesome with his bowling styles. Nick Newman brought in the breakthrough by dismissing one of the key batters of the side, the wicket of Keith Jans. Another duo of spinners we are watching with Graham Shah and Nick Newman bringing up the partnership together with 5 more overs to go. That's gonna decide what will be the target for England in the second innings. Bit of controlled delivery, but he started taking over control against it. That adds a bit of pressure. Goes out of his angle. Continues to bowl Nick Newman. There you could see the wonderful viewpoint of this venue. This looks better into the back foot. Straight away into the hands of Nick Newman. Another tall left arm spinner. They were having a bit of advantage of the point of release itself supports them. And along with that, flighted through there. Another solid defense. Now this will test the patience of the batters as how long they could handle this pressure of defending the bowlers and not taking charge against them. At some point of time, they will try to do what Lal Ranasinghe did in his initial phase. Good use of the wrist. Proper placement coming on to play. And they are getting back to the second run. Good running between the wickets. That adds up a lot of value to Sri Lanka in terms of making things happen. As Kushal Ariyagama looks like a decent batter. The way how he uses his wrist. That has a bit of control in his strokes and placement was perfect. He's watching the gaps and placing it to perfection. The strike rotation will be focusing on the loopholes. There has been a confusion whether the condition supported spinners or the England spinners are bowling really good. As of what we've seen today, there has been a bit of turn when certain bowlers bowled in certain areas. That shows that the spinners of England were having pretty dominance against the opposition, especially with the way how Marcus Young bowled today. He had extra revolution, extra turn from the ball. That is a different story on how spinners were being played in this venue. Yes, if there is an answer that the conditions support the spinner, we could see a dramatic game to watch out for, as Sri Lanka were having wonderful spinners to watch out for, with one being Kushal Ariyagama. In case if it is not supporting, this is as usual a typical style of English attack, then you could see an easy win for England. Let's wait and watch what's happened in the second innings. 41 overs up, 156 for 7 Sri Lanka. 156 for 7. This has been too hard conditions. Maybe Sri Lankans would be adapted to the conditions as this is a proper reflection of their home condition. But whereas for England back home, the conditions were completely different for them. It's too hot, it's too humid, and you need to be hydrated every 5 overs or 10 overs to make sure that you're staying hydrated. We've seen players ending up with cramps in the middle of the innings. That's because of the kind of pressure that the game brings in. 156 for 7. Last 4 overs on the cards. Space for drama. Swing and a miss. That brings up the breakthrough. As this man, Graham Shaw, gets his first one. Wicket number 8 for Sri Lanka. 156 for 8. Just taking back to look at the way how this have happened. Just hits the timberwood, getting a bottom edge of the bat. And now he's going with straight batted. Shadow practice. Wicket number 8 as Kushali Regama walks out for 6. 156 for 8 Sri Lanka. .156 for 8 Sri Lanka. That brings Janaka onto the crease. Janaka Rambukwella. Typically, I was pretty much familiar with the Sri Lankan names, but sometimes when we hear about a new name, it's quite challenging. Janaka Rambukwella. In at number 10 for Sri Lanka is Graham Shaw. A bit of low bounce we've seen with that particular delivery. Didn't offer much of extraction. So the good controlled delivery from Graham Shaw. Best thing about England is most of their bowlers were understanding their roles and responsibilities properly. With the way how we've seen Marcus Young and Jim Phillips maintain the partnership together. This is wonderful straight shot. And now this combination brings up a lot new value. We're almost into the death over, still watching spinners dominating the innings with Graham Shaw along with Nick Newman. Both the spinners have got a wicket each. So this build quite works for England after the dry period of partnership for Sri Lanka. .158 for 8. Swings and got the connection better. This is how you have to react at this point of time. The death overs. Just flex your back foot and stretch it and get under the ball. A simple formula to score sixers and boundaries. But yes, you can't be playing blindfolded shots. You could be well aware of what happened to Lal Ranasinghe, but at the same time, you can try pushing the bowlers into the back foot. That's 42 up, 159 for 8. .159 for 8. It's off with the dot ball in the middle. Nick Newman continues the ball. Steps off, couldn't reach the length of the ball. This is different variety of bowling from Nick Newman. We're watching. He's flighting the ball for a moment and straight away bowling a flatter delivery. So this variation sort of confuses the batters whether to wait for the flight or to step out or to play for the flatted one. So this confusion is something that pushes the batters into the back foot with not taking much risk in the middle. But this is such a wonderful shot. Not much connection to it, but saves the batter's wicket. If he got the connection better, sometimes eventually you have to lose your wicket. As this is one of the biggest venues in terms of boundary ropes. The distance was very long. If you clearly connect the ball, you could go for a maximum. But in most of the cases, we've seen batters losing their way in the middle. This is a close appeal. Arvind says no. Should have been an interesting call to watch out for, but the wicketkeeper knows what happens exactly in the middle. 161 for 8. 2 more to end this over. Nick Newman will be continuing to bowl the last over if it continues with the same rhythm. Another swing and a miss. The close call from Steve Aston behind the stumps, and Arvind still staying subtle. He's one of the experienced downfield umpires. His loud shout sometimes confuses the umpires, but you have to be very clear with your vision. What you saw in front of you, you should be recalling the memory and coming back with a proper decision in no time. Such a challenging job to do, being an on-field umpire. But one more to end this over. So for just 2 runs of it, it's Nick Newman, 3.5, 1 for 17. Will that be a wicket over? Almost closer, beaten by turn, bounce. Holding a proper shape, this wicket offers a bit of turn comparing to the previous day's cricket. Just take back a look at this. When you have proper flight and revolution, you can see these miracles happening in the middle. Miss the opportunity to dismiss the batter. 161 for 8, Sri Lanka. Run 61 for 8. Graham Shah continues to bowl. Cheeky signals the final moments of the game. That's going to decide what would be the total at the end of 45 overs. Possibilities of making it to 180s to cutting down the total within 160s. Too many extremes to watch out for. Steps out. It's a connection better. Will be finding the fielder at the deep. No chance of going for a couple of runs on the board. As these two batters, Shankar and Lasantha Pereira, are trying to make this partnership to the next level. Not getting much impacts in the middle. Last 3 balls. Another swing. And that has been taken comfortably. A simple catch by Jason Kant, the man who brought the breakthrough early in the innings. At wicket number 9, Lasantha Pereira walks for 16. Just taking back a look at the way how Graham Shaw got this on flat delivery. Swings it, not better connection. And no mistakes done by man at point, Jason Kant. 160. 3 for 9, Sri Lanka. losing Lasantha Pereira 16 of 32. The last wicket, batter into the crease, Angelo Dissanayake in at number 11 for Sri Lanka. The last batter, the last wicket in hands. So the freedom of taking risk will be cut down as you're having 8 more balls to be bowled. Good work from this man on screen. Graham Shah came at the right point of the time with the ball. Not an easy one, quite challenging one, but good thing is Sri Lankans have already lost so many wickets in the middle. So Graham Shah and Nick Newman took the control of dominating the death batters, the tail enders. Chance for a single. Will be running back, getting off the mark with that single. Angelo Dissanayake. He continues to bowl as Jankar on strike. Last ball of his over. Graham Shaw's last over of the day. 2 for 17. Another swing. And proper placement has no chance for the fielders to stop that. Will not be, in fact. Finally, somewhere around the corner, Nick Gaywood ran to the ball and stopped that going for the boundary. Good save at the deep. That's 44 overs. An end of Graham Shaw's wonderful spell as he can't bowl. They're having one more over to complete this innings. Chance of 180 is still there if they go for one maximum. But yes, that's how things will go. Hope he's okay. Lasantha Pereira is struggling in the middle as we're watching physios getting into the ground. Swing and a miss. Almost got closer with the last ball. Whatever you're having, try doing everything out there. You have all freedom, given the license to express yourself. Extremely flighted delivery, beaten by bounce. It's quite closer. Start off with the dot ball, Nick Newman. Another wonderful shape holded by the batter, holded by the bowler in fact. Enjoying the way how the left arm spinners were dominating this innings. Interesting bowling display. From the beginning of the innings, we are watching the way how left arm spinners were bowling. Phil Dickon, the other interesting bowler to watch out for. A couple of dot balls to start the proceedings. Quite good control against the opposition right from the 6th over. I will say the first 5 overs have been dominated by the Sri Lankan batters. Big shot attempted, but couldn't get the connections as of expected. Couple of dot balls in the middle, rotating the strikes. Good control. And swing and a miss. And that's the story of Sri Lanka's innings coming to an end. With that, the batter losing his wicket. All the wickets of Sri Lanka coming down. Nick Newman gets another. This is England spinners dominated the team known for spin attack. That's a stepped out shot tried by Angelo Dissanayake to lose his wicket. 168 for 10 Sri Lanka after 45 overs. Well, that's the target for England in the second innings. 169 needed to win the game.
Well, welcome back everybody to the Tagore. Welcome back everybody to the Tagore Medical College Cricket Ground here in Chennai. And you're watching the England innings. This match between England and Sri Lanka. Semi-final. The men's over 60 World Cup. England finished top of their group, Group A. 5 out of 5. Sri Lanka runners up to Australia in Group B. The tailored shape so far. Sri Lanka won the toss and batted and got off to an absolutely flying start. Johan Perez, as is his wont, has batted fantastically well during this tournament. Sri Lanka going along at 6 and over before a couple of quick wickets, reduced them to 48 for 2 after 10 overs. And from then on, it was a steady stream of wickets for the England boys who really put the squeeze on the middle order of Sri Lanka. Keith Jance, well, he led the fight back for Sri Lanka, but he was out playing across the line to Newman. 146 for 7 in the 38th over. And the bowling effort by England was superb. They really, as I said, put the squeeze on Sri Lanka. Only 22 runs coming in the last 6 overs. Take Sri Lanka to 169 all out off their allotted 45 overs. Steve Aston doing the business, his 14th dismissal behind the stumps. Off the last ball, leaving England a target of 170 to win and advance to Friday's final. They require 3.77 runs and over. Umpire C.P. Ravikumar at the temple end. Umpire Aravinda standing at square leg. The England opens Richard Merriman, the skipper, number 11, will face the first ball. His batting partner, Nick Gaywood. Very, very good, stylish batsmen, these two. Can score runs very, very quickly. But for England, a modest target to chase really on this ground. My co-commentator, Barath, who you'll hear after the 5th over. This ground has had a lot of runs scored on it. In the other semi-final between Australia and New Zealand 142 for 9 off their 45 overs. Australia are 143. So here we go. First ball with the England innings. Newman forward. Bounces off the pad. Nothing doing. It's Lal Ranasinghe, who opens the bowling for Sri Lanka. Left armour, in he comes. Bowls, Merriman back. Looks to play that on the offside. Well taken by the keeper. There's no run. Quicker delivery that time. Waits the call by Merriman as he pushes it out into the cover area. Well fiedled by the captain, Gary Gunasekara. Out of the covers. That's a better shot by Merriman. Despite the efforts of this Sri Lankan skipper at covers, couldn't prevent a single being taken. England away. 1 without loss. It's going back to the Australia-New Zealand semi-final. Great effort by Tony Panicasio. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 wickets for 13 runs. He becomes the leading wicket taker in the tournament, sitting on 14. So Australia require 143 of their 45 overs to advance to Friday's final. Who will they meet? Well, you'd have to say the depth of batting in this England lineup. England are going to be heavy favourites. But these Sri Lankans, they don't give up without a fight. A proud bunch of cricketers. They'll be disappointed with getting out for 169 after the start they made. They will fight right till the end. Gayward faces his first ball. Prods it out towards mid-off, and there's no run. Ranasinghe in again. Oh, that sounds taken. Whether that took an edge or it came off the thigh pad. Either way, single taken. It's given us a bye. By umpire Ravi Kumar. That's the end of the first over. England 2 without loss, chasing 170. Looking back to the Sri Lankan innings, as I said, it was a blistering start by them. Really was. Going along at 6 and over. A couple of quick wickets just halted their progress slightly. And if truth be told, the innings never really got started from there. The England bowlers bowling in tandem. Phil Deakin, Jason Paul, fantastically well from the college end. Jim Phillips, Nick Newman, Graham Shaw and Marcus Young. Apart from some brief flurries at the end of the innings, it is a disappointing effort from this very, very talented Sri Lankan batting outfit. Let's see how the bowling unit do. Nick Gayward on strike. De Silva, operating from the college end. So, in. Flighted delivery, full toss, Merriman. Missed out on that one, full toss. Side off stump, straight to the man at cover, there's no run. Better shot from Merriman, more controlled. Out to deep cover where it's fielded. Trot through for a single, England 4 without loss, midway through the second over. Reminder, they're chasing 170. The required run rate. They started their innings 3.77. Sri Lanka looking to make early inroads into this England batting lineup. Silver again. And he comes to Gayward. Punches it out to mid-off. Fielded there, no run. Gayward just turns that behind square. Waits a call from Richard Merriman. Good over from De Silva. Nice start for him. England 4 without loss after 2. Sri Lanka, well, they are up against it. This England batting lineup, that's very, very deep. Shown in this competition already. They can do it both ways. Batting first, putting a big score on the board, and chasing. Sri Lanka, what can they come up with? There has to be a plan. Well, Ranasinghe from the temple end, it's a bit shorter. Merriman just shuffles back across his crease, just plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. Merriman, watchful again. It's a big stride in, trying to negate the spin. Encouragement from the Sri Lankan supporters here to my left. Ranasinghe is in again from the temple end. And he comes, he pulls. Merriman just plays it back towards him, slightly uppishly. No chance of a catch now. It's another dot ball. Wicket delivery that time. Waits the call. Good bit of bowling this from Ranasinghe, varying his flight, varying his pace. That was a quicker delivery. Just hurried Merriman up a touch. Shorter delivery. Merriman looking to cut. Guesses the call. Good call from Nick Gayward. Misfield there. Allowed them to go through for the single. Merriman moves on to 3 not out. England 5 without loss. As I mentioned in commentary during the Sri Lankan innings, left-right hand combination, sometimes difficult for the bowlers. Keep changing their lines, that's why it's imperative as a batting pair. You continually try to rotate the strike as much as you can, get the bowler out of his rhythm. Ranasinghe in again then, bowled. Gayward looking to turn that down the leg side, flicks off the pad, well fielded, but good running by the England skipper. No signal from the umpire, CP Ravi Kumar, so it must have got some bit of the bat. England 6 without loss, 3 overs gone. Nice steady start for them. They know they don't have to chase this run total at this moment in time, nothing too extravagant. As I said at the start of the innings, 3.77 was the required run rate. Wickets in hand is the key thing. But both these batters just getting used to the conditions. And into the silver. He's going to continue from the college end. Alterations to the field on the leg side. Happy now. And then he comes. Gayward just forward. Yes, no. Looking to get on with it. Called back by his skipper as he turned that just in front of square on the leg side. There's no run. Good ball by the over. Nothing Gayward can do about that. Just defends it out into the offside. Good start by the Sri Lankans. Bowling well. Making the England batsmen play. That's the key. Anything short or wide, make them play. As you say that, that's a lovely shot by Nick Gayward. Don't bother running for that, my friend. Fetched it. Nice sweep. All along the ground for 4. Brings him his first boundary of the innings. England move on to 10 without loss. Gayward on to 6. Lighted from the silver. Gayward, watchful again. Prods forward. Squirts out into the leg side. It's over in again. Here he comes. Flighted delivery. There's an appeal for LBW. Umpire Aravinda standing at the college end, unmoved. Quite a long way down there. Got a big stride in, did Nick Gayward. Nothing doing from the umpire. Good again. Just looking to turn that round the corner. There is a fielder there. 4 overs gone. England 10 without loss. Good over that from De Silva. Just the one loose-ish delivery. Gaywood played very, very nicely. Backwards of square. Nice sweep shot. No real dramas. The England opening pair. 4 overs in. Sri Lanka, as I've said, desperate to make an early breakthrough. Try and exert some pressure at least on this England batting lineup. Well, Ranasinghe into his 3rd over from the Temple end. In he comes to Merriman. Merriman's forward. Natural. Nothing doing there. Orthodox defensive stroke as he pushes it out into the offside. Wicked delivery that time from Ranasinghe. Carbon copy from the skipper, Richard Merriman. Merriman. So, pushes the ball outside the off stump. Wide. The toss down the leg side. Stopped by the keeper. Keep it. Darshire. I'll be warning it. Just played straight back to the bowler. And Merriman. Decent over so far this. And again. It's good bowling, making England skipper Merriman play. I said Sri Lanka have got to exert as much pressure as they can. So England batting duo. He's trying to sing them. And he comes, Merriman. Prods out. Thickest inside edge. Keeper. Abby Wardener trots round, does the field and good over. England 11 for no loss after 5. And I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, Bharat Civil Singh.
Five overs, 11 for no loss. Thank you, Rashid. Come and compose start here from the skipper along with Negaver. Straight away operating with spinners, key spinners right from the first ball. As this being a low target sometimes gives the team a kind of clarity that they're looking for. They'll cut down the formality options and straight away trying to bring up the breakthroughs. Now you could see the field setting that they're having. Misfield opportunities. And this is something that a team should never do when they have posted a low total. Speaking about the field positions that they're having a slip fielder, Gary Gunasekara's kind of attacking field positioning it is from the captain. Just because of one reason, at this point of time, all you have to do is trying to bowl dot balls again and again. And stopping those singles, cutting down them into a dot ball. These measures will help them a lot. And no margins for error here. You can't do misfieldings, you can't leave extra runs on the board. Everything should be kept in control because low target defending is something that's a special art. The only weapon that you need to make it happen. Wonderful shot that is. This is off over the width. and punished. Not the bounce I had expected, but still managed to pull the ball. Wonderful stroke maker. Just look at the way it's being bowled onto the pads and had a lot of time, but not the bounce factor that supported the batter. Created his own width in terms of bounce. Richard Merriman, the batter, gets his first boundary of the day. Speaking about the approach of Sri Lanka, sometimes it kind of gives you the clarity. Teams sometimes will have double mind confusions in terms of approaching a game. For instance, if you're having an average total in front of you, some 240s and 50s, teams will be confused to go with the regular formula or to go with the attacking intent. They will kind of go with this traditional fast bowling attack and then moving on with spinners. For instance, if you're having such a low target, you will cut down all those formalities, just keenly observe the game. Only intent will be to dismiss the batters. Positive thing in terms of certain areas, but still, they have to work a lot. 16 for no loss, England after 6 overs. Starting off with the dot ball, Lal Ranasinghe taking up the responsibilities in his shoulders. He knows the importance of this game because they travelled with a dramatic way in this tournament. Especially the game against West Indies went on to be a crucial game. One of the most interesting game happened in this tournament. The only tie match in this World Cup. And the other would be the game against India, a surprising victory. And when they lost the game against Australia, the way how they came back in this tournament, it's quite inspiring and dramatic. In their journey, they've showed us all the plot twists that a typical India cinema has. But this is a big stage, a big team in front of you. And you know what you have to do? You're having 170 in front of you, and you have to restrict your opposition from scoring 170. For that, the only option would be wicket column, because as long as you bowl dot balls again and again, at some point of time the batters gets used to it, and the spells of the bowlers will be coming to an end. It's a long format. They'll be having a lot more time to get back themselves into the game. So it's a positive start from England, whereas for Sri Lanka, the wickets column will be the only boosting stuff for them. Run out opportunity. It's almost closer. I could hardly remember the way how teams like the another team, the men in Mumbai Indians, used to do such things. The low target defense. The only key factor would be to bring up the initial breakthroughs in the power play, having aggressive field intents, because at this point of time, it's not about conceding boundaries, that's not a problem, but you have to restrict those singles, you have to bowl to the same batter and look for maximum impact for a wicket call. For that, you have to take some risk, adding close fielders, aggressive intent that should be kept in control. You have to keep on picking up wickets in that game. We've seen at some point of time the oppositions were 51 odd, just 1 or 2 wickets lost, and Ajinkya Rahane will be in good touch. And all of a sudden, they came back strongly in the game. Strong shout from Ranasinghe. The biggest advantage or the biggest strength of such low target defense will be your confidence. That's quite close call. So yes, they have to run with confidence. There should be shout and encouragements within the ground. Either the wicket keeper, Tarsha, Abhayavardhana, or the others within the 30-yard circle. Another strong shout. Now says the on-field umpire, Ravi Kumar. End of 7, 18 for no loss. And as of what we're speaking about, that impact that they're planning to bring, the wicket column is the only boosting factor that could get them closer to the game. and they have to defend things in style. It's not your ball, it's not the kind of variation that you're having, it's about the aggressive intent and the positive energy that you're bringing into the game. Sometimes makes the batters to get confused. Why are they still confident? Are they still have anything in this game? So that sort of thought process is the first step of making things happen when you're having low target in front of you. Keeping that in mind, they should work hard on things. And even featuring England in 2011 World Cup, the match happened in Chennai, the England versus South Africa game. Off for David. That's a proper punishment coming on to play. Wonderful pull shot. Just rotated his body and placed it into perfection. He was having an opening stance just to ensure that the comfort that he gets while playing pull shot. Look at the way how he rotated his body. Proper placement coming on to play. Welcome boundaries here. This time from Nick Guyot. This is quite good delivery. We'll be getting cheeky singles for that. Speaking about the England-South Africa game in 2011, the same city, England have scored 171 and South Africa have scored 163. It's a close contest win for England cricket team. So Chennai will always have that space for magics. In the first innings, we've seen spinners turning the ball really well, especially with Marcus Young. He had enormous turn, and the left arm spinners did their job really well. So keeping that in mind, the Sri Lankan bowlers, especially Ranasinghe, along with Duminda De Silva, they have to try to flight the ball and extract maximum swing spin. Stop in the middle. Richie De Silva, the fielder. That's how things will work in the middle for Sri Lanka. England are looking in a solid touch. The foundations were being laid. Not to lose wickets is the only formula that England should have to win this game. Despite of when you're planning to win this game, wonderful left. That is respecting the good balls from the bowler. Bit of flat deliveries here from Duminda De Silva. He can try taking that risk of flighting the ball even much better. Another flat delivery into the back foot. Not much better connection. Will be fetching a single. Should have flighted the ball better. The more you flight, the more you get the revolution. The more you get the revolution, the chance of spinning the ball will be really high. Keeping that in mind, there is something for the Sri Lankan spinners in this condition that they have to use it properly. Going defensive or in back foot doesn't work in this game. You have to be way ahead of your opposition. Strong shouts and the fingers goes up. This is something that we're speaking about. A flighted delivery had a lot of revolution, and Richard Merriman got confused on what to do with that. Just take back a look at that proper shape, rhythmic delivery. Came into the front foot, played for the sweep shot, and the umpire's fingers goes up. Arvind, the on-field umpire. That's the first breakthrough here for Sri Lanka as Richie Merriman walks 25 for England. Duminda De Silva brings up the breakthrough. New batter, Monty Douglas, the man in form. 3 back-to-back centuries for his name. Solid defense, having his front foot to the perfection. He's too good with his footwork here. Nick Gawad. That breakthrough would have brought in different style of confidence in this game for Sri Lanka. And the flighted delivery having proper shape and confidence to lift the ball in the air. Even in the previous over, Duminda De Silva was bowling those flatter deliveries. Richard Merriman was looking confident, but all of a sudden, that flighted delivery with the extra bit of revolution that confused the batter. He desperately went for a cross-batted shot. Still chance for Sri Lanka. Since it is Sri Lanka, anything might happen in this game. It may be an easy win for England, or it may be a good fight back performance from Sri Lanka, because their journey in the tournament is such a different style of story. With one game against Australia, they have completely outplayed by them. On the other hand, with the way how they defended West Indies, or with the way how they played the games, match number 4 and 5 are having different style of stories. 25 for 1. Now the most anticipated batter, Monty Douglas, man in form. Got dismissed only once in this tournament and 3 centuries in his name. Yes, sometimes big expectations end up in a disappointment, but this man's form is something that needs to be spoken of. He's one among the top run getters of this tournament, just behind Craig Gibb of New Zealand. Because he played just 3 games, not all the 5 games. And centuries in all those 3 games is something that comes only when you have a proper thought process, better understanding of the game, and the hand-eye coordination. Everything works together. Continues to bowl Duminda De Silva, the wicket-taking bowler. And this will be most crucial wicket to watch out for, with the way how these bowlers will tackle the man on strike, Monty Douglas. Cheers were going on in the middle. The fielders were keep on encouraging the bowler, and the viewers and supporters of Sri Lanka were having some words in the middle. I think this cheer and the positive words, optimistic mindset will have something to purchase for them. This is not advisable in the middle, offering a lot of wit. We've seen a pull shot played by Nick Gawad in the previous over of Duminda De Silva. They're still fighting hard to pick the proper line to this man, since he's bowling to the left-right combination. That's quite challenging for a bowler to adapt to the same line, as you have to bowl different line to the next batter. As the field arrangements were going on, shot third man, point fielder, extra covers. Deep mid wicket, square leg inside the circle, and of course mid on inside the circle. Extended the square fielders in deep, and still the straight fielders are standing within the 30-yard circle. Monty Douglas on strike, a full toss delivery, plays it to perfection, will be just a single. Missing his lines and lengths regularly, even after getting a breakthrough. This man is finding hard to bowl at the same areas again and again. We've seen him bowling to Nick Gawad in the body line. Now a full toss to Monty Douglas. Duminda De Silva is having bright opportunities of making it 2, but he have to bowl at the right areas. On strike Nick Gawad. The gentle use of it. 28 for 1. This looks pretty decent number for England while chasing 170. This is more than enough to take things under control, because you don't have much to do with the scoreboard. Dot ball to end this over. That's 28 for 1 after 10 overs. And now the change in the commentary box. Rashid Mahmood will be joining.
Thank you, Barath. Good afternoon, everyone. So, as Barath said, England 28 for 1, 10. Breakthrough for Sri Lanka. The England skipper, Richard Merriman, trapped LBW for 8. Bowling or Daminda De Silva, who was operating on the college end. Going for a sweep, missed it, gave the umpire very simple decision at that end. Umpire Aravinda. He was out like that in his previous game against the USA. So Monty Douglas. Change of bowling from the temple end. Kusal, Yagama, and he comes again. It's a powerful shot by Monty Douglas. Well, he just stood there, Monty Douglas, crashed it back past the bowler. No chance. His first boundary of the innings. He moves on to 5, England 32 for 1. And as Bharat said, Monty Douglas 3 innings in this men's over 60 World Cup tournament so far. 3 consecutive centuries. 2 being not out. Tall man, high action. In again. Douglas. An orthodox shot. Back down the ground. Trots round from his position. Does the fielding. There's no run. That's a good shot. That's gone again. Timing was absolutely exquisite. Nice flourish at the end of that shot. Raced away for another 4. Douglas moves on to 9. And 36 for 1. Yagama comes in again. Douglas back, looks to cut powerfully. Get all of it. Fielded there. Backward point. Keith Jance. And that's the end of the over. 11 gone. England 36 for 1. Nick Gayward currently unbeaten on 13. And 32 deliveries. And Monty Douglas, well, he's just faced 9. Correction, he's just faced 8 deliveries. He scored 9 with 2 boundaries. Continuing, it seems, his rich fame of striking form. So a change now from the college end. Took place in Domingo de Silva, who bowled 5 overs from that end. No maidens, 1 for 19. It's Angelo Dissanayake. Nick Gaywood. Take strike. Batting at the temple end. Dissanayake is ready. In he comes. Left arm. It's down the leg side. Signalled wide by umpire Aravinda. Another 1 to the total. 37 for 1. England move on to. It's a better delivery. It's played back down the pitch by Gaywood. Steady this by England. Run rate at the starting innings 3.77 required. Just break off. It's Gaywood. No defences again. Back to the bowler. It's 3.77 was the required run rate at the start of the innings. Currently going along at 3.26. Required run rate just gone up to 3.95, but no alarms. Was expansive shot. Gaywood looking to play that through the covers. It was wide. It was there to hit. He missed it. Signalled a wide by umpire Aravinda. 38 for 1. Very good. Plays that back to the bowler again. Yeah, slow and steady start by England. They won't be too worried at this stage. Going along nicely. Gaywood backing across. Just punches that into the offside. Deep extra cover. Fielders out there. Stroll through for another single. England 39 for 1. They would move on to 14 not out. Do get in touch with us, folks. Wherever you are in the world. Always like to hear your comments. Give your predictions, how this game might end up. Can Sri Lanka defend their target of 169? So, Monty Douglas on strike. Seemed to be in two minds there. He's moved his bat forward first, dragged it back, and then just played an orthodox defensive shot back to the bowler. Dissanayake then, in again. Bowls, flighted. Douglas, watchful, just plays it back to him. It's the end of that over. 12 gone. England going along steadily. 39 for 1. In their chase of 170 to win this match and advance to the men's over 60 cricket World Cup final, which will take place on Friday. The other match, the other semi-final between Australia and New Zealand. Just to recap there, New Zealand recovered to actually post 142 for 9 off their 45 overs. Brilliant bowling performance by the Australian spinner Tony Panicasio. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 13. He becomes, with that haul, the leading wicket taker in the tournament. Congratulations, Tony, and well done. 14 wickets for him so far. Kusal Iriagama is going to continue from the temple end. Nick Gaywood on strike. Plays that into the covers. There's no run. Fielded by Pereira. Flighted delivery there from Iriagama. Gaywood. Not interested in advancing down the pitch. Very orthodox defensive stroke. Gaywood, watchful again, just pushes it out into the offside. Pereira does the fielding again, there's no run. Better delivery that from Ariagama. Just drifting past the off stump with Nick Gaywood. Finishes off his over, and a good over it was as well. Right on target. 13 gone. England coming along at 3 runs and over. 39 for 1. Just the 1 man out. Just joining us, skipper Richard Merriman. He was out for 8 of 25 deliveries. Looking to sweep a ball down towards square leg. Missed it. Trapped in front. Domingo de Silva, his first wicket of the innings. England require 131 more runs in 192 balls. Cry of anguish from Monty Douglas, that was short. From Dissanayake, Douglas looking to crash it through the offside, mistimed it. And it comes again, it's a fuller delivery, just nicely turned out into the leg side. Douglas chopped through for a single. 40 for 1, England. Gaywood back, punches back, good fielding by the bowler. There's no run. No great alarms for this pair, Nick Gaywood and Monty Douglas. Meander along. It's an eye. In again, Gaywood. It's a nice bit of fielding by the bowler. Hit powerfully back. Well timed by Gaywood. Good bit of fielding from Angelo Dissanayake. It's the end of the over. 14 gone. England 40 for 1. No need for this English pair to do anything reckless. They just push the 1s and 2s about. Run rate not prohibitive at this moment in time. 9 wickets in hand. Ariagama to continue from the tempo. He's in. Douglas. He's powerful down the ground. Strolls through. Single. Goes to fielder. Long on. For 1. bit more flight on that delivery that time. Nick Gayward punched. Mike misfield in the covers, allows him to click through for a single. England move on to 42, a loss of 1 wicket. Harry Aguilar, in he comes again. Douglas hits that powerfully. Towards the long off. Drops through for a single. That's the end of the over. I'm going to hand you back over to my colleague. Just to let you know, Australia currently 60 for 1 in the middle of the 14th over, chasing 143 to win against New Zealand.
That's 15 overs, 44 for 1. Thank you, Rush. This is Bharat Sivalingam back into the commentary box. Straight away heading into the hydration break. 44 for 1. England after 15 overs. as hydration break gets over. It's 44 for 1. In terms of session, it has been slightly dominated by Englishmen, taking their own time in the middle as the spinners of Sri Lanka are trying hard with one breakthrough that they've got. Deminda De Silva, not in the wicket of the skipper. But apart from that, in such low targets, they have to fight in an even much impactful results in the wicket column. As of now, England looking in good touch. Nick Kyer and Monty Douglas. As Monty Douglas taking on the bowlers and Nick Kyer is taking his own time. That's pretty much important in these kind of games. I just wanted to add a point to that while ending my commentary session in the previous spell. Batting against such low targets is sometimes confusing the batters and what should be the right path to be chosen. We've seen some teams trying to go hurry-burry intense with an intention of not leaving any space to the opposition, to the bowlers, to come back into the game. That's one style of approach. On the other hand, you're watching the style of approach that Nick Gaiod is doing. He's making sure that he stays still in the crease until the game gets completed. Containing things in the middle. As of what we're speaking about the intentions of batters, this is wonderful intent by the batter. Monty Douglas smashed it. Good stop. Lord Ranasinghe still continues to bowl, expecting for that one breakthrough. One more over for him and the spell will be completed. And yes, continuing with what we're speaking about, the intentions of a batter in a low target. Steps out. And that beats the fielders will be comfortably racing to the boundary ropes. A welcome boundaries here for England, and that brings up 50 up here. Just taking back a look at that. Stepped out and reached the length of the ball, and most importantly, played a grounded stroke. Didn't try to find the aerial route. Proper placement, no man standing at the deep. Welcome boundaries here for England. That's 51. That itself shows the two-way approach of these two batters, with Monty Douglas trying to hit boundaries and score runs regularly, whereas Nick Gaiod is founding layup. What a wonderful shot that is. Now the proper stroke making over the mid-on fielder. Welcome boundaries as Monty Douglas is trying to make things as quick as possible, taking on one of the key bowlers of Sri Lanka. Look at that, stepping out and reaching the length of the ball. Proper placement. Easy pickings for the batter. Quite good over. Completely controlled by Monty Douglas. 2 boundaries of it. And this domination factor is something that we're discussing about. If it happens, because it's about giving space to the bowlers to get back something out of it, they will try to fight back. But what the batting side should do is they should be well aware of the opposition to make sure that they are winning this game without any troubles or flaws in the game. For that, there should be a flow of runs, not about scoring boundaries. Rotating the strikes here and there. The Sri Lankans were trying hard with whatever the opportunities and options that they're having. As this new bowler in his previous over conceded a couple of boundaries, Angelo Dissanayake. Kushal Ariyagama continues to bowl. This is such a wonderful side of spin bowling. But the problem is with the style of tone that you set your game. The runs you scored in the first innings is something that's going to add the batting side the pressure. But as of now, we are watching England doesn't have any pressure in chasing such low targets. It's regular for them in terms of chasing targets while bowling first. They never conceded more than 200. Those 180s and 190s were quite easy for them. But this is the side of dramatic climaxes. We've seen cinematic plot twists when Sri Lanka played in this World Cup. So that builds a bit of hope that they could come back in the game at any point of time. But yes, at certain point, you might end up losing your hopes on the game as these batters were laying solid foundations in the middle, especially with the way how Nick Gaver is batting. He's very stable, having proper footwork and watching the ball closely. To be very honest, he's enjoying this brand of cricket. Look at this man in mid-hot Chennai condition, having stable mind, clear thought process on what he's doing. It's pretty much important for a batter to carry himself throughout the context of the game. The wonderful use of fit, just pushing singles. Long on is the one go-to spot for the batters to rotate the strike against the spinners. Whoever the spinner may be, left arm spinner or leg spinner or off spinner, if we target long on, most of the times we'll fetch a single, get back to the non-strikers and wait for the striker to do his job as Monty Douglas is trying to act busy. We've seen a couple of boundaries scored in the previous over. Another one, thickish outside edge, will surely be going for the boundary. Quick outfield, and that hits the ropes of the boundary line. Welcome boundaries again. This man gets back to back boundaries. He's rushing things and breaking the hopes of Sri Lanka in this game. Now this is the two-way attack from English batters, with Monty Douglas trying to score boundaries and runs consistently, whereas Nick Gaylord is playing different brand of cricket altogether. Slight a bit of pressure for Sri Lankan bowlers. 17 overs up 62 for 1. Continues to bowl. Angelo Dissanayake having the typical style of Sri Lankan spin bowlers. The style have produced plenty of legendary spinners over the course of the game. But you can't deny this name, Muthaiya Muralidharan. The wonderful use of feet, having solid basements. To be very honest, this brand of cricket is really satisfying to watch out for from Nick Gaylord. Good thing is he's very solid in terms of his decision making, not getting confused, not struggling, not fumbling in the middle. Just picks the gap as the ball rolls down the ground. Kushal Ariyagama chasing down the ball, will be getting a couple of runs on the board. This positive intent of he's actually dominating the batting with his right parts of the body. For instance, the front foot, the right leg, and the right elbows. Just bringing on his front foot and laying the solid foundation. Such a wonderful batting display to watch out for. This time into the back foot. And speaking about the amount of spinners that Sri Lanka had produced over the course of the game, there are plenty of names to be remembered. But yes, the soil supports the spinners and they keep on producing a lot of spinners. And when you take the north of India, the Pakistan, known for producing fast bowlers, different weather altogether that allows the fast bowlers to enjoy their own brand of cricket. and the culture of fast bowling has been laid foundation for over the years in Pakistan. And that tradition adds a lot of value for every single country in its own plus and minus. 18 overs, 64 for 1. Four different bowlers tried their best. So for only one breakthrough that we've seen the wicket of the skipper, rest have been taken control by these batters. The one at number 3, Monty Douglas, 26 of 22, and Nick Gavard, 20 of 61. This is such a solid innings. That actually adds a bit of pressure to Sri Lankans. They couldn't make a comeback into this game. In case of the required run rate, required runs moves to double digit, the pressure will be completely eased out of England. They will easily fetch the victory. Swing and a miss. Good shout from Nick Gavard, straight away going for second runs. Couple of runs on the board. "67 for 1 England." Starting off with the white +2. Lal Ranasinghe continues to bowl his 8th over. He's not ready with ball. 103 in 162 balls. But you can't stop the batter scoring runs from bowling a couple of dot balls. It's about increasing the numbers in the wicket column. That's the only way Sri Lanka could come back into this game. And this team have the experience of winning matches, but this venue, the Tagore College ground, such a spectacular venue to watch it for, most scenic, surrounded by trees and structures of the medical college. Such a huge venue. So far 3 sixes we've seen in this venue. Among 5 games happened here. Such is the boundary distance in this venue. Continues to bowl Lal Ranasinghe with 68 for 1 on strike. Nick Gavard will be interesting to watch with the way how he uses his footwork, especially the front foot, the right leg. Look at that. It's so solid to watch it for. These things are quite satisfying to watch it for with the way how he is batting. I think Lal Ranasinghe should change something in his style, maybe bowling over the wicket. In fact, bowling round the wicket will be a good choice for someone like Lal Ranasinghe. Another wonderful view of this iconic venue, Tagore College ground. Typical batting track, slightly turns today, adds a bit of advantage to the spinners. And the next wicket to this one is a red soil wicket, which resembles the Bombay conditions. We spoke about this in the earlier matches too, while speaking about Tagore College ground or the typical weather of Chennai. Why it is supporting the spinners. Another close delivery, wonderful bowling. Had a bit of turn. Lal Ranasinghe, this is what something we've been speaking about. There is a bit of turn when you increase the revolution of the ball. 68 for 1, 19 overs. And speaking about this turn aspect, we didn't saw much turn for the past couple of games here. 5 matches happened here. Spinners had a bit of purchase in the middle, but in terms of just continuing with what we're speaking about, this day is quite different in terms of the wicket reacts. It is still a batting track, but at the same time, the spinners are having something to purchase in the middle. Comparing to the other days, the 5 matches happened here. And yes, the next to it is a red soil wicket. Straight shot. Proper connection coming on to play, and that's a wonderful boundary. No fielders in the frame. It's clear-cut stroke making. And the most safest mode of scoring runs on the board. Look at the shot. Step out, reach the length of the ball and hammered. Don't use your boot to save the ball, so it's really hard as the ball travels quick. Angelo Disanaike. Now the equation looks even much better for England. 98 more runs required to win the game. One batter moving the scoreboard and the other batter just standing in dominant batting display, breaking the confidence of the bowlers. This looks even much better. Looking at his batting styles, most of the times it's quite premeditated attempts. An intention to defend the ball, he was defending the ball. If he's having an intention to attack the bowler, somehow he's finding ways to score runs on the board. Slight bit of change of pace from the bowler, inviting the batter to step out. You can beat the batter by change of pace through the air if you flight the ball really well. Yes, of course, the batters have to step out. Feels like he will be stepping out. Not going this time into the back foot. Another better connection. Wonderful stroke making goes for the boundary. 2 boundaries of this over. Monty Douglas, this one with an invited delivery, not having much bounce over it. He managed to place it at the deep square leg. Look at that. Somehow he managed to score runs on the board. Very challenging to bowl such as solid batters. Just finding ways to score runs on the board. "35 of 28 balls, Monty Douglas. Slight a bit of moving forward. Swing and better connection for a single. 9 runs off it. That brings back Nick Gavor on strike. He's very confident with the way how he's bowling. He's still flighting the ball. Just bowling with the same style of his bowling despite of conceding runs on the board. 9 runs of the over. 20 overs up. It's 77 for 1 England. And this brings the change in the commentary box. Rashid Mohammed will be taking up.
Gareth, thank you. Just had a short break on some fluids. England going along steadily. Nick Gaywood. Monty Douglas just played an absolutely ridiculous shot in that last one as it flew. It wasn't all that short. He's just whipped his hands round, swiveled round and thrashed it. It went like an absolute rocket. Oh, he's just continuing on his merry way. Ronasinger then. On the temple end to Monty Douglas. He's currently on 36. England 77 for 1. Going along nicely. Nick Gaywood, very watchful. 20 off his 66 deliveries faced. Singer in again, he bowls. Douglas, he's hit that powerfully again. Back down the ground. It's a long on. There's a fielder out there. Keeps it to 1. 78 for 1. Douglas moves on to 37 from 31 deliveries, 7 boundaries, continuing his blistering form. And a single. Into Gaywood, fly to delivery. Gaywood, watchful, just place it out. It's fielded by Lasanfa Pereira. In again. Gaywood lays it out into the leg side. And there's no run. End of the over. 21 overs gone. England 78 for 1. Nick Gaywood's out there on 20. Monty Douglas on 37. Try and get you an update from the other semi-final taking place between Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand, they made 142 for 9. Australia currently 67 for 1 in the 21st over. They require another 76 runs of 144 deliveries. So the Aussies going well. Wide outside the off stump. Douglas just watches it go by. There's no run. Angelo Dissanayake on the college end. In he comes again. Balls, it's flighted. Douglas just rocks back, cracks it into the offside. There's a boundary sweeper there. Trot through for a single. Dissanayake then, in again, bowls Gaywood. This has been his want in this innings, just watchful. Squirts out into the leg side. There's no run. Doing the perfect job for England is Nick Gaywood. Not worried about scoring runs heavily. He is a very, very quick scorer when he's got his eye in, but just doing the job. Watchful again. Forward defensive, back to the bowler. With Douglas, well, Monty Douglas only knows one way to play. He's not going to change his game for anybody, regardless of the circumstances. Dissanayake then, in again. Gaywood back. It's a bit short at that time. I think he was trying to play that through the vacant cover area. Mistimed. Fielded by Dissanayake. He has done well off his own bowling. Ball's been played straight back to him a number of occasions. Himself for his skipper down. Brings the end of that over. England 79 for 1 off 22. Going to be a change at the Temple end. Daminda De Silva, he's coming on. He operated from the college end in his first spell. The wicket of the England skipper, Richard Merriman, having him trapped LBW, attempting a sweep shot. Big thank you to David Lloyd, Bumble, as he's known around the world. Bumble, thank you very much for your comments. It's a great experience being out here with this England team, being given the opportunity to commentate. Myself and my wife Mel are out here. She had the opportunity of being, I believe, the first female umpire to stand at the Chepak Stadium. Here's De Silva then, in. Douglas, just watchful, turns that out into the onside and there's no run. Yes, well, our first warm-up game against the Madras Cricket Club. Great honour for me, great experience for my wife. De Silva in again, Douglas, just watchful again, turns it out into the onside again and there's no run. Silva, busy, workmanlike, orthodox action, hustles through his deliveries, and again now, the bowls, slightly flighted, Douglas looks to play, forcefully, good stop again there on the leg side, and there's no run. England 79 for 1 in their pursuit of 170 to reach the World Cup final. Douglas whips that off his legs. Long chase for the fielder. Is he going to get there? I don't think it is. He is. Great bit of fielding. Great work by Richie De Silva. Well chased. He had a lot of ground to cover. It was a lovely, wonderful shot from Monty Douglas. Wristy just whipped off his pads. Down towards deep mid wicket, and we'll move on to 81 for 1. It's over to finish up. In he comes, Douglas, looking to sweep, stand the leg side. I fancy that's going to be a wide, and it is indeed. Signalled a wide by the umpire standing at the temple end, umpire CP Ravi Kumar. 82 for 1, England. That's the end of that over. England 82 for 1 after 23. Monty Douglas is out there on 40. Nick Gayward on 20. In the anchoring role, quite happy to let his partner go along his merry way. England, well, they require another 88 runs in 132 balls. Sri Lanka, after that early breakthrough, well, there's been no real alarms for the England pair. They need to keep at it though, Sri Lanka. We all know this is a funny game cricket. Strange things can happen. It's Gayward facing. Down the pitch, plays it back, building again from Angelo Dissanayake. There's no run. Gayward down the pitch again, plays that straight back, get past the bowler, unable to stop it this time. Fielded out there, keep it to a single. Andy G, thank you for your comment on the YouTube stream. Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with your comments about Monty Douglas. Oh, it's caught. Well, forgive me for the slight pause. There was an actual thing for LBW in the first instance. Monty Douglas looking to hit that over square leg. Big edge on it, goes up in the air, nice simple catch for the fielder. Well, let's talk about a Sri Lanka breakthrough. Right on cue, there it is. Will that give them some confidence? Monty Douglas, well, first time he's missed out in this tournament, but still a very, very good innings. England with their second wicket, with a score on 83. Monty Douglas out for 40. Well, there's no let up for these Sri Lankans. Out comes, wearing number 10 on his back, Mel Hussain. Former England Test skipper, Nasser Hussain. He's looked in good nick, Mel, in the last 2 innings. Due to the nature of the games, hasn't really had a lot of chance out in the middle. When he's been out there, it's very calm, very composed, very assured. Thank you also, Chris Haddington. Chris, in my City Sheffield, suburb of Outerbridge. Thank you, Chris, for your continued comments and your support. Greatly appreciated. So, Hussain then to face his first delivery. He's back it across. There's an appeal for LBW. Umpire Arinda not moved. Two's the call. Hussain scampering back. Makes his ground. Hussain just lets that go outside the stump. Mukesh, thank you for your comments. Very kind of you to log on. Great pleasure to commentate on the England games. Some very, very good co-commentators. Not least the man sitting to my right, who will be stepping in a few moments' time. Barath, he's been a tremendous help to me. As Hussain looks to play that on the leg side, gets himself into a bit of a tangle, trying to work it through that vacant mid-wicket area. Ball strikes into the pad. Muted appeal by the Sri Lankans, but you can hear the Sri Lankan supporters away to my left. They're buoyed by that wicket of Monty Douglas. 24 overs gone. England 85 for 2. And I'm sure Barath will talk about it when this over is finished, but the Sri Lankan fielders, who looked a bit down in the dumps, you can see they've got a spring in the step, typified by Daminda De Silva, marching up. Can't wait to get it Nick Gayward. Monty Douglas, well, can't be too critical of him for what he's done in this tournament. Here's De Silva and Gayward. Yes, no is the shout. They just need to be watchful here. They don't need to do anything rash. They're going along nice and steadily. Things well within their grasp. Another couple of quick wickets here for Sri Lanka, however. Here's De Silva. Gayward, orthodox defensive shot. Lays it back to the bowler and there's no run. Got another couple of quick wickets for Sri Lanka. Will make it very, very interesting. Full toss. Punched down the ground by Nick Gayward. Ambles through for a single. So Monty Douglas was out to court while Ranasinghe bowled Angelo Disanyaka for 40 of 41 deliveries with 7 boundaries. Vital wicket for Sri Lanka. Can they capitalise and take another one? Hussain on strike. Looking to sweep. It's going to be called a wide. It's outside the leg stump. As I've said many times, umpires are not going to let that go. They've been exceptionally consistent throughout this tournament. Another one to the England total. Silva then, in again to Hussain, backing across. That's a nice looking shot. Yes is the call. Well run. Just dabbed that into the gully region. 88 for 2. It's over then. In again. Gayward on strike. Just turns that into the onside. Strong through for another single. 89 for 2 England. He moves on to 22 of 78 deliveries. So, on strike. Batting at the college end. Here's De Silva then, and he comes. It's a nice looking shot, just punched down the ground. Fielded mid on. End of the over, 25 gone. England 90 for 2. To take you up to the drinks break at 30 overs. I'm delighted to hand over to my colleague. Bharat, all yours, my friend.
Thank you, Rush. 90 for 2 England, 25 overs. Nick Gaver is batting really well in the middle. 79 solid strokes we've seen today with the way how he's defending the ball. Still having that solidity in the footwork. Whereas Sri Lanka finally dismissed the batter who's in the form of scoring centuries. Lost his wicket to 38 runs. Monty Douglas. But the situation still supports England. Slow and steady chasing happening in the middle of the game with Mel Hussain, the new batter. Rash gave the introduction to the man. Pushes the single which brings back Nick Gaver on strike. Comparing with the way how the other game, the Australia-New Zealand game, which went on to be a crucial to watch out for. Similar kind of situation as Australia is chasing down a target of 143. Misfield offers extra runs on the board here. Will be pitching comfortable 2 runs between the wickets. Speaking about the other game, another crucial game to watch out for. Similar kind of situation in Australia facing New Zealand at Ramachandra Medical College ground. Midway through the chase, they were 80 for 1 after 26 overs. Australia required 63 runs in 114 balls to win the game against New Zealand. Whereas here in Tagore College ground, England were of course 94 for 2, setting the tone stronger. Good thing is they're not challenging the spinners of Sri Lanka. They know the value and how they may come back with the impact. Not taking any risk. They're just going risk-friendly stroke making as things were under control for them. Well left. Dot ball to end this over. 4 of it. 94 for 2 England. That's how the summary shows here. In fact, Monty Douglas lost his wicket to 40 runs. Keith of Sri Lanka 35 was highest score by Sri Lankan batter in this day's game. This is quite challenging, a different style of approach today from the same venue that offered a lot to the Centurions. We've seen plenty of half centuries too in the midway through the tournament. This is the day where we are watching no batter scoring a half century so far. In case if any had the opportunity, it would be Nick Gaver. Devinder De Silva bowls his 8th over. Gentle push, no chance of going for single. Not much impactful field positionings. Just going with the typical field positionings as of 27th over. The batters could rotate the strike if they want to rotate the strike. The batters could go for runs if they want to go for runs. Loopholes at both the ends here. Steps out. Wonderful stroke making. Juicy one. Any youngsters out there, this is how the strike rotation should be done against the spinners. And using the feet is something, a simple mantra to face the spinners. That's a view you're watching from the temple end. Behind the wicket keeper. Wonderful view of this ground and the structure of the medical college. Well, Hussein on strike. Goes for wide ball. The control of line length is something that he's been struggling a lot doing the De Silva. Despite of dismissing the wicket of the skipper, he still had that issue to bowl to the bowlers, batters in certain areas, especially when you're bowling to the left-right combination. The pressure it's quite different with the way how things used to be. This is wonderful bowling, bowling in the right areas, measured line to control the wide ball. Mail Hussain taking his own time as things were under complete control of England. As long as Nick Gavard plays, England will be in the driver's seat. I think Sri Lankans can come up with an attacking field positioning of having mid on, mid off inside the circle just by ensuring not to rotate much singles, containing with a couple of dot balls and pushing them under pressure. It's not about whether it will work or not. That's why you could see the structures of the medical college and a few residential buildings behind this ground. Continuing with what we're speaking about. Steps out. Again. Goes for the single. This time it goes for the boundary, in fact, as no man standing at the deep. Thought a moment that it will be a single, as this being a soft-handed stroke. Timing to the perfection, but that had no chance for the long off fielder to stop that going for the boundary. Straight line round. Timing matters a lot. Interesting batting display. I'm loving the way how Nick Gavard is batting. Lot to learn from this man. First thing is focus on every single ball. And the hand-eye coordination that he's having. Such a wonderful stroke maker. The mentality that he brings to the game, that adds a value to the game. 27 overs, 101 for 2, England. Close call. Juminda De Silva. 2 sounds on the bat and pads. Gone for the single. Taking their own time in the middle, English batters ensuring that they're winning this game. We're not taking enough risk in the middle, as Sri Lankan spinners were very dominant. If you try to make a simple error, you have to pay for a wicket. This time into the back foot, proper placement, on bounce boundary. This is not the first time that he's playing this shot. Nick Gavard is a wonderful puller of the ball, but this one not offered much bounce, turning inside the batter's body line, but still he found ways to extend his arms and rotate his body to the proper placement over the fielder's head, which goes to the one bounce boundary. And there you could see the commentary box. Angelo Disanaike. Another left arm spinner after Lal Ranasinghe, continuing with the left arm spinner throughout the innings. This time a better flighted delivery. As long as you don't offer much in the back foot, this man is not going to create anything out of it. Just rotating the strike here and there, waiting for the loose ball to punish. Well, Hussain on strike. Wonderful use of the feet, still having the same rhythm with the ball. Despite of the pressure situations, they're still having the complete control with what they're doing. Rhythmic bowling styles, revolutions in the ball, same flights. With hard work and expecting for the breakthrough. He's really good with that. 6 of it. 7 of it, 108 for 2 after 28 overs England. "62 needed to win this game, 108 for 2 in the driver's seat England, but they will take their own time to complete the innings. Typical hot weather of Chennai. They have adapted to the weather in these past 10 days of cricket. They have seen extreme to the breezy weathers. Yes, that's how it used to be. This is the beginning of summer in Chennai. It will be too hard to play the brand of cricket that you're expecting for. But most of the batters in this tournament, we've seen them having this mental strength and stability to play longer innings. As this being over 60s World Cup, that may amaze you sometimes with the way how batters play the longer innings. And that's why the longer innings were being rated very high. And this man's batting standards, it's not about 36 runs, it's about the 88 balls he faced. 88 opportunities to dismiss a batters for Sri Lankan bowlers has been turned down by this man, Nick Gavert. Such a solid performer. Daminda De Silva to bowl his last over of today's game. Good control. This being the qualifier one, and the other game, Australia versus New Zealand, will be keenly observed as the winners of these two games will be facing a clash on Friday. Keeping that in mind, it will be an interesting contest to watch out for. Steps out, wonderful off drive it is. A juicy one to rotate the strike. I think they should move with fast bowlers in the middle. Sri Lanka's spinners have drained out a lot. They tried their best, couldn't make much impact with it. As time flows, we could see some changes happening in the middle, but as of now, this has been complete dominative performance. Every new batter were having this clarity and understanding of their roles and responsibilities. They're having this standard of cricket, that cricketers understanding their value, their responsibilities. For instance, you can't say or give idea to the cricketers. Nick Gavert knows what needs to be done at this point of time, and Melison knows what needs to be done at this point of time. Having that sort of thought process, they're actually taking control of the game. The wonderful stroke making. This man is absolute bliss to watch out for. McGavert, a complete coaching stuff manual in terms of mentality, methods, skills and techniques all put together. I'll say mentality to the most, because that's something that brings a normal cricketer into the majestic one. The mountains surrounded by this area, the southernmost parts of Chennai will be surrounded by mountains and forest areas where they're having Arinirana Zoological Park. 112 for 2. Going up with a similar style of approaches. I think change of bowling won't make much impact in this game, as they're having plenty of spinners rotating each other. That's a big strength for Sri Lanka. But the thing is, they can move with field positionings, because it's almost a game out of your hands. To grab it, you have to do something out of the box. Maybe having a slip fielder or a silly fielder. We mentioned this in one of those previous games. The spinner, one of the ex-spinners of Indian cricket team, Bishan Singh Bedi, said this: if you're placing a slip fielder or a silly fielder, all of a sudden, it's not about you coming up with a game plan. You're just confusing the batter's thought process. Like that, you have to do something because these batters, especially this man on screen, Nick Gavot, is in a stable mindset. He's very clear with what he's doing. So you can't dismiss such kind of stable batters with such solid mindset. So try to influence the mindset of the batter and getting into the thought process, making them think what you want them to think. These kind of ideas can value a lot. This is wonderful over. Kate Jans, the man we are speaking about, wonderful bowler to watch out for. He's a good batter. He's one of the impactful spinners to watch out for. Key players of Sri Lanka. Maybe this change might bring up a breakthrough for them. The style of release, a wide arm release, is kind of confusing. Nick Gavot. But yes, they could come up with some kind of attacking field sets, probably to avoid the batters rotating the strike. Let them go for the big shots that you can't stop them. But yes, this is such a stable batting display by rotating the strike that should be stopped. Couple of dot balls in this over. Good start to Kate Jans. By the end of this over, there'll be a change in the commentary box. Rash Mahmood will be joining in the commentary box. Last ball of this over. Swing and a miss. The dot ball to end this over. That's a maiden from Cage. 112 for 2 after 30 overs, England. And the hydration break. And in this over, Rash Mahmood will be taking up the commentary box.
Thank you, Barra. Much needed drinks break. Very, very warm out here. Temperatures 33 degrees, high degree of humidity. I have to say though, this is a tremendous cricket ground. It really is. The wicket has just played exceptionally well. Well, England going along their merry way. Going along at about 3.77 runs per over. The required rate just a shade over that, 3.85. 8 wickets in hand, chasing their target of 170. And if they do so, they will reach the men's over 60 Cricket World Cup final on Friday, where, as it stands, their opponents aren't yet known. The other semi-final taking place at the same time as this between Australia and New Zealand. Looks like it's going Australia's way at the moment. New Zealand reached 142 for 9 of their allotted 45 overs. The last time I looked, Australia were 80 odd for 1 wicket. Plenty over still to go. If things continue the way they are, the old enemies will meet on Friday in the World Cup final. And if it does turn out to be that way, that's going to be an absolute cracker. The two teams, well, they know each other very well. The Aussies came over to England during our summer last year, played 5 tests, so it ran alongside the Ashes series, the Grey Ashes it was called. England was edging out the Aussies, 3 matches to 2. All matches were very, very competitive. England, well, they've still got a job to do. Don't want to get complacent. There's no need to take any risks whatsoever. Just keep on doing what they're doing, and they'll reach their target very, very comfortably. Sri Lanka, well, they've plugged away. They've plugged away. The second wicket of the dangerous Monty Douglas gave them a spring in the step. But since then, Mel Hussein's come to the crease. He's looking to rotate the strike as much as he can. Nick Gaywood, well, it's a different innings from Nick. I mentioned earlier on, he's a delightful striker of the ball. He really is. The score runs very, very quickly. But he's dropped anchor in this innings, playing the supporting role, first to Monty Douglas. But when the ball's there to hit, he's on it like a flash. So it looks like the players are all done after the drinks break. 30 overs gone. England 112 for 2. Chasing their target of 170. 15 overs to go. .58 required. In theory, it should be a very, very simple equation for the England batters. But we all know cricket isn't played out in a classroom or a textbook, it's played out in the middle. In Sri Lanka, well, they'll still harbour hopes. Making a couple of quick wickets, putting some pressure on these England batters. Lal Ranasinghe is going to open the bowling from the temple end after the drinks break. Mel Hussain takes guard. Like ready to go. We're not ready to go. CP Ravi Kumar officiating at the college at the temple end. Hussain forward, plays that out to mid-on, and there's no run. Big thank you to all of you, wherever you are in the world, for following this live stream provided by Nexus on the YouTube flow. Hussain, let's play that sweep shot. It does. Leg by signal by the umpire. 1 on to the total, 113 for 1. And a big thank you. This is being shown worldwide. More than mindful that with time zones and what have you. It's the afternoon here in Chennai, or the evening where you're watching it, or early morning. Thank you from myself and Barath, my co-commentator. Hayward pushes out into the offside. Fielded there, and there's no run. And please do join us on Friday for the final. Oh, that's out. Gayward. Well, straight after drinks, Nick Gayward has been so watchful in his innings. Bit of a loose shot. Flicked towards mid-wicket. Fielder ran round. A good catch in the end. While England lose their third wicket. 113 on the board. And Nick Gayward, well, he departs. 38. Played the anchor role today. Not his natural game. But nevertheless, a good innings. And gets a good hand as he comes back into the pavilion. Breakthrough for Sri Lanka. We can 1, bring 2. Out comes number 1. Steve Aston, England wicket-keeper. He's also a very, very good batsman. 70 odd against New Zealand in the first match of the tournament. He's absolutely outstanding behind the stumps. He's got 15 victims, maybe 14. Vast majority of them stumped. Very, very safe pair of hands. And a very good batsman. So, England, just after the drinks break, lose another wicket. He's got a knuckle down here. Sri Lanka will be buoyed by that. Oh, there's an appeal for OBW, straight off. Umpire CP Ravi Kumar, not move. Confident appeal by the Sri Lankans. Wicket keeper, Darsha Abhiwardena. He was absolutely convinced. Double teapot by him from behind the stumps. And a singer then. In again. Aston facing. Looks that's another appeal for LBW going down the leg side. Aston looking to play aggressively through mid-wicket. Ball hits his pads and there's no run. Good over then. Good breakthrough for Sri Lanka. England 113 for 2. So a change at the college end. It's the opening batsman for Sri Lanka, Johan Pires. Come on. Batted well early doors for Sri Lanka. Struck the ball very, very well. Hussain on strike then. Pires, in he comes. Looks back. Flat bats that down the ground for 4. Yeah, no stopping that. Short. Loosener from Pires. Hussain onto it like a flash. Smashed it back down the ground. Welcome boundary for England. We move on to 117 for 3. Same. Cuts that delivery powerfully to the deep extra cover boundary where it's fielded. Trots through for another single. 118 for 3, England. Steve Aston, the England stumper onto strike. Pires in flighted delivery. Aston reaches for it. Just plays a beautiful shot through the covers. Don't bother running. That's for ease through the cover boundary. Full toss, bad ball. Put away quite magnificently by Steve Aston. He gets off the mark. So a couple of boundaries in this over. Maybe settle any nerves the England team watching from the pavilion end may have had. Pires in again. Aston back, cuts powerfully. Looking for 2. And make it. Good over this for England so far. Oh. Looking to sweep down on one knee, missed it. Wasn't far off the stumps at all. Just update in the other game. Australia lost a wicket. They're now 101 for 2 off 33, chasing 143 to win. Still very heavily weighted in their favour. Here's Pires in again. Hussain back. Chops it down into the offside. Gary Gunasekara, Sri Lankan skipper, does the fielding, and there's no run. Brings the end of that over. England 113 for 3 off 31. They require another 57 runs in 87 balls. Ranasinghe, he continues from the temple end. Quicker delivery that time. Ranasinghe just moving backwards, struck him on the pad. No appeal from the Sri Lankan team. Wicket keeper Darsha Abhiwardena does the fielding, and there's no run. So Ranasinghe in again. And he comes Hussain. Big long stride down, straight back to the bowler. Good cricket all round, no run. So, that's that out into the onside. Fielded by Daminda De Silva. Mid-on region, sorry. There's no run. Yes is the call. Aston's going to have to hurry. Oh, makes his ground well. Throw was high from Johan Perez. Flatter throw. Aston might have been struggling. But he set off immediately from his call from his partner, Mel Hussain. Ranasinghe then, in again. Aston, and he's bowled him. He's bowled him, looking to play backwards, give himself a bit of room. But Ranasinghe strikes. Sri Lanka right back in it. Steve Aston, he's going to be annoyed with himself. Just looking to give himself a bit of room. The ball didn't appear to do much. Just struck the off stump. Well, game on. 2 quick wickets for Sri Lanka. England now 125 for 4. Steve Aston departs for 7. Brings out number 17. Powerful figure of Graham Shaw. Powerful figure, powerful hitter. Well, seemingly cruising England after the drinks break, and it can happen so often. We've seen it so many times in so many games in this tournament. It's worked in England's favour on a couple of occasions. Team in the ascendancy. Maybe a lapse of concentration. Maybe a break isn't always the best when the momentum's building, as it was with England. Because of Gaywood and Aston. Shaw to the crease. Good reward for Lal Ranasinghe. He's bowled very, very well, in my opinion. So, Graham Shaw. Here we go. Ranasinghe in. Shaw. Forward defensive. Plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The end of the over. Well, another good over for Sri Lanka there. England 124 with a loss of 3 wickets. Keith Chance, he's going to continue on the college end. He bowls. Hussain just tucks it into the onside towards mid-wicket. This is the call. Graham Shaw makes his way to the striker's end. Another one onto the total. And 125 for 3. And another 46 runs, 75 balls. Still well within their range, but another wicket here will make it exceptionally interesting. Here's Shaw then to face. Just plays that back down the ground. Chance does the fielding and there's no run. You can hear the Sri Lankan voices, and I hope they're picked up on the effects mic. They are buzzing, springing a step in the field. They know another wicket and they're straight back into this game. Shaw just plays a forward defensive shot. Out towards mid-off. Johan Perez does the fielding and there's no run. Shaw plays an expansive shot. It's racing away towards the boundary. Goes for 4. Welcome boundary for England. Good shot by Graham Shaw. It was in the air, but perfectly safe. Beautifully timed. England move on to 130 for 4. Graham Shaw off the mark. Yance again then. In he comes. Shaw. It's that really hard down the ground. That's another 4. Oh, he is a powerful, powerful figure. Hits the ball very hard. And the fielder didn't have to go too far to his right to cut that off. But he had absolutely no chance. Good shot by Graham Shaw. He moves on to 8. England 134 for 4. Another 36 required now. Then in again. Shaw. Nice forward defensive shot. Is it back to the bowler? That's the end of the over. Good over for England. 2 good boundaries by Graham Shaw. 134 for 4 England after 34 overs. So a couple of quick wickets for Sri Lanka. Got them back into it. Expensive over there by Keith Jance. Just relieved a bit of the pressure that the England batters may have been feeling. Said mathematically, with the wickets in hand, England should get to their total of 170 quite comfortably. But as we've seen in the last few overs during my commentary stint, it takes a moment to get a wicket, to buoy these Sri Lankans up. They're still full of commitment in the field. They'd like another one. Put the England lower middle order on high alert, get them jittery. It's going to be a change at the temple end. Kusal Eriyagama, tall figure, high action. He's going to come back into the attack. Bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 19 in his opening spell from this temple end. He reappears at the same end. Mel Hussain on strike. Ariyagama, in he comes, he bowls. Hussain, big stride forward, just plays it back down the pitch. Bowler does the fielding and there's no run. Quicker delivery that time. Oh, that's... Well, it was a quicker delivery. Hussain looking to whip it away on the leg side. Bottom edge, possibly the ball spinning back towards the stumps. Thankfully it missed his leg stump. A good delivery there by Eriyagama. Don't really think there was a need for Mel Hussain to play that type of aggressive shot. There are big gaps in the field. Just push the ones. Keep the strike rotating. England will get to their target with a minimum amount of fuss. They don't need to take any risks at the moment. Eriyagama in again then. From the temple end. He bowls. Hussain whips that one. Off his hips. That's going towards fine leg boundary. Yep, 4-2 Hussain. That was a better shot, more controlled. Just let the ball come onto him. Whipped it away. Backwards of square, raced away for 4. Hussain just defends the next delivery. He's moved on to 19 not out of 28 balls with 2 boundaries. His partner, and then on striker's end, Graham Shaw. He's 8 off 7. He's 8 coming off 2 boundaries. Eriyagama in again. He bowls, flighty delivery. Hussain down the pitch, goes long over wide. And don't bother running for that. That's 4 runs. Good shot by Hussain. Another good over for England. Good shot, Mel Hussain. He moves to 23 not out. 2 boundaries in this over from him. One delightful flick off his hips. Went backwards of square on the leg side. That one, more expansive shot. Used his feet really nicely. Lofted drive over mid-on for 4. Man goes back there now. Long on boundary. Kusal Eriyagama in again then. He bowls. Hussain. Big long leg forward. Pushes it out onto the offside. Thought about to run. Changed his mind. That's the end of the over. England 142 for 4. 35 overs gone. It's time for me to hand over to my colleague. Barath, all yours, my friend. JB.
28 to win. Thank you, Rash. 35 overs, 142 for 4. The 28 of 60 with Muel Hussain started finding runs on the board. We've seen a couple of boundaries in the previous overs. As this partnership brings up things to the climax that we're looking for. Took their own time, didn't lose much wickets in the early phase of the innings as such a dangerous bowling unit. The Sri Lankans handled them really well with patience and solidity. Shared the roles, especially with the way how Nick Gayward batted. Kate Jans continues to bowl. We spoke about his batting capacity. He's batted really well. He's such an all-round performer so far in this tournament. This is hammered by Graham Shah, and that's a misfield. Will be going to the boundary. He gets it, Graham Shah. We've seen him bring up wickets in the last phase of the first innings. Now with the bat. Such a powerful stroke making. Not easy for the fielder to stop the ball. That travels to the boundary. Finds the cheek, a single over there, trying to finish things as close as possible as they're almost nearing the winning runs. 23 just required to win this game. Sri Lankans tried hard, used all their weapons to contain things under control. Australia required 5 more runs to beat New Zealand in the other qualifier 1 match happening at Ramachandra College Ground. Nearing the victory, and here England, we are watching them almost marching towards speeding up things here in the middle. Boundaries in every single over, trying to act as busy as possible because things were under complete control now for England. From here, the chance of losing things won't be there. Good start from Kate Jans, having complete control. The partnership is slightly building. That builds up the value. Look at the way how Eriyagama saved the ball. So 1 bounce. Single done this over, 7 of it, 149 for 4 England. That's how the bowling card went so far. Plenty of spinners from Sri Lanka had different style of bowling, starting with Lal Ranasinghe, Duminda De Silva, Angelo Disanaike, and this man on screen we've seen Kushal Eriyagama, Kate Jans. All these spinners adding together. Tried different style of bowling. Had some positive intents in the middle of the game, but end of the day 169 is not enough to defend. In case if they have scored 230s or 40s, chances of them winning this game will be really high because they've been challenging the English batters. Look, they took 36 overs for 149 runs, means the kind of intensity that the spinners of England brought into the game. But one conscious thing that English batters maintained is the wicket column. They didn't throw their wicket in the middle. They played careful innings. We spoke about Gaywood's batting. Importance of some batters like Gaywood in the middle of this game. That innings actually laid the foundation. And now they are travelling in smooth transition of winning this game. And this side is having 8 to 9 perfect batters. So they can take the risk at this point of time as Graham Shaw tried to flick it. Will be just a single. Kusha Gerigama continues to bowl. Few runs on the board, 21 needed. You can call it 4 sixers at 21 runs. Whatever the context, but the things were under complete control of England. That's 150 up for England, 150 for 4. It's proper use of the wrist. Miran inside the circle. Keeping an eye on mind. This seems to be an attacking fielding intent. Now the fielders are getting expanded. A cheeky attempt from Mel Hussain. Strong shout. Denied by the umpire. On-field umpire Ravi Kumar. A 20 or 52 over to win this game, as England are marching towards number 6. 5 consecutive wins, and this match being the number 6 to stay unbeaten. I didn't add the practice matches because they won the practice match against India. So this is such a solid side to watch out for, team to beat. Maybe against Australia they could see a different style of cricket. There will be challenges waiting for them. But so far no teams have found proper formula to beat England. Wonderful use of it, proper stroke making. Because the most important reason is the team doesn't depend on single cricketer. It's not about one batter performs, or else if he fails, the team fails to perform. Every other cricketers were understanding their role. So out of syllabus portions will be there when you play against England. It's a wicket keeper. Darsha Abhivardhane, the man that gets a couple of runs on the board here for England. Brings the end of this over. That's 37, 155 for 4. $15 more to win this game. Punched on the offside. Strong shout from Mel Hussain, as Graham Shaw feels that it could be going for the boundary. A relaxed walk. Good try from the man. Just goes for the boundary. Just taking back a look at this. Into the back foot. Wonderful use of feet. Juicy stroke makings. No chance for the fielder at the deep. There you could see the save. $159 for 4. Good use of the feet. 11 more to win this game, as Mel Hussain took the control at the right time and the team needed the most, as this partnership is ensuring that things were under complete control of England, and they will be winning this game 99.9%. the possibilities of England winning this game. Johanna Perez continues to bowl. Another wonderful delivery from Johan Perez. He can't find ways to score runs to such kind of deliveries. But there is no pressure in this game. That's one of those reasons why the batters for having the mental clarity that they are in now and scoring runs on the board regularly. Steps out and reaches the length of the ball. Will be just a single. Good stop at the deep. Speaking about the kind of pressure that we're speaking about, this is such a solid bowling lineup. If you have 240s and 50s in front of you, then it's really hard to face such a kind of bowling attack. 50 plus partnership between Mail Hussain and Graham Shah. Another hammered stroke making. That's wonderful shot to watch out for. And that goes out to be a boundary again to the same region. Just take back a look at that. Offered a bit of width and that improper placement. Graham Shah, wonderful stroke maker. And stroke making is an art. Only few cricketers could do that. Good save out there. Chance for the second run. We'll be running a couple of runs on the board. Now the final moments of things could happen. 6 in a row for England is waiting on the cards. 38 overs, 165 for 4. Five more to win this game. 165 for 4 England, with Graham Shah and Mel Hussain bringing up a responsible 5th wicket partnership of 50 plus on the board. 5 more to win this game. Kushal Regama with the ball. Now most of the fielders are standing within the 30-yard circle. Final moments of this game. Started off with the dot ball. Sri Lanka, who won the toss, they have decided to bat first, which is quite good decision, especially in these kind of conditions. But things didn't went into their control. After the first 5 overs in batting, they started losing wickets in the middle. They couldn't maintain the run rate as of expected. A lot of challenges for them, and the spinners of England had a mere advantage of Sri Lankan batters. Maybe if England have batted first, Sri Lankan spinners would have had better impact on this game. Even it is a better performance, but at the same time, when you have 170 in front of you, it's very hard. 40-run partnership between Graham Shah and Mel Hussain. Now 4 more to win this game. Will Mel Hussain finish things off in style? Lost 3 balls. On strike, Mel Hussain. Good use of the feet. Had a bit of width to play the pull shot, but waited for a moment. 166 for 4. 4 more to win this game. Look at the batting cards here. With the way how things went so far, we've seen 30s and 40s in the middle. Batters took up the responsibility, shared the burden together. With the way how Monty Douglas batted, with the way how Nick Gaywood batted, with the way how Mel Hussain is batting. This is proper placement into the gaps, and that will go to the boundary. That's the moment. A wonderful victory to England. A win by a difference of 6 wickets, and that comes in style as Mel Hussain hits the boundary. Good use of the wrist and proper placement. No man standing at the deep. A wonderful stroke making, wonderful partnership. Graham Shah and Mel Hussain made things possible at the end of this innings, which ensures that England are winning this game by a difference of 6 wickets against Sri Lanka in qualifier 1.
Check, check, check. Yeah. Welcome back to the post-match presentation of Qualifier 1 between England and Sri Lanka. It has been a battle of spinners that so many spinners have did really well today. And the match has been won by England by 6 wickets. I welcome the on-field umpires and referees of the match, CP Ravikumar, Mr. M. Arvind, and the third umpire, Mr. Sundara Vadivel, for the awards presentation. Now, getting back to these awards, 3 awards to be presented today. First one will be the fighter of the match from Sri Lanka. It will be presented by the captain of England, Mr. Richard Merriman. I request Richard Merriman to come onto the dais. Match award goes to Lal Ranasinghe from Sri Lanka for his wonderful revolutions in the ball. The way how he picked up the wickets. So you can move with your presentation, sir. Okay, fine. Now the next award, fighter of the match from England, will be presented by the captain of Sri Lanka, Mr. Gary Gunasekera. The fighter of the match from England goes to Jim Phillips for his 3 wickets. Now I request the on-field umpire, Mr. Arvind, to present the player of the match award to Graham Shaw of England for his 23 not out and 2 wickets. Now the manager of England, Mr. Paul, will be presenting the memento. I would like to share some words.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Okay, guys, from the Lankan side, I think firstly, excellent ground facilities. We need to congratulate the ground staff and also for the food and the other facilities given. Congratulations to the England team. Obviously, the most popular and the favorites in this tournament. So we came against you all. And from congratulations to the guys for reaching the semi. We knew it was our big task today against the English team. I think we did a very good job today, which you guys should be proud. Yeah. And congratulations to you guys, the guys and all your supporters as well. The future. The next match, I guess it's you're playing the Aussies, yeah? Best of luck, guys, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now the captain of England, Mr. Richard Merriman, will be presenting the memento.
Firstly, to the Sri Lankan guys, you pushed us. You made that hard for us, and that was something we needed. and you can be very, very proud of your performance today. We've thoroughly enjoyed playing against you in the competitive way that both teams have entered this game, but we've actually loved meeting you as people as well, and the friendship of cricket and the hands of friendship reaching across the world. Fantastic. To my boys, I'm immensely proud of you. That was a great performance from you with bat and ball, and as we know now, the old enemy are there for us to take on, and it will be a great challenge on Friday. We wish you boys the best of luck as well against New Zealand. But one final presentation. We as the players always like to recognise a player in the opposition who absolutely made us work, dominated the game in different ways, and with his 2 for 11 off 9 overs, there can be no other winner than Lal. Well bowled, matey.